One team, two team, red team, blue team. We are halfway through the season here in San Antonio at Trinity University as the Trinity University Tigers take on the Wellesley College Blue. It is an exciting game today. I am Reed Rosales here with the Tiger Network, along with Caleb Reed for the first time here for softball. In the circle for the Tigers is Bella Gutierrez, 2-3 on the season, a 5.46 ERA. Collected a loss and a win in the series against Shriner, a road SCAC series that was the first series win for Trinity.
Yep, and Gutierrez, this is going to be her 15th appearance, 11th appearance on the season, 5th game starting.
We get started off here with Wellesley, with Ingrid Sue coming up to bat. Leading off here for the blue of Wellesley. The first pitch from Gutierrez popped into right field, ranging back. Carson Lee, it goes over her head. Sue on her way to third. The throw from Saucedo, not in time. A leadoff triple for Sue.
And that's going to be her first triple of the season as well. One of only now 2 that Wellesley has hit all year.
A good start for Wellesley. Wellesley seeking their first win. They are 0-5-1. Yes, they do have a tie on their record. We'll get into that later. But now for the 2-hole hitter, Andrea Delgado. Gutierrez already in a bit of a jam here. That pitch not in there. Ball 1. Wellesley out of Wellesley, Massachusetts. Coming down here, doing a little Texas circuit. They played TLU yesterday as the pitch. In there for a strike. They dropped game 1 in a very close contest, being walked off in the 7th, 1-0. But then they were run ruled in 5 innings, 9-0 in game 2. They're looking to make things better here in San Antonio. That one is fouled off.
Just a little bit early here. Just looking at Gutierrez's stats here. Lowest whip on the team, which is always important. Want to make sure to keep them off base. Obviously, that leadoff triple didn't help that stat any, as that one's a little bit low. But Gutierrez hoping to kind of slow it down a little bit and get back into the rhythm that she's been used to so far this year.
Delgado hitting 188 for the year so far. Pops that one over to third base. The throw in time. And the runner goes home. Gets hit in the face by Jesse Lloyd. They get 2 outs. A double play. One of the stranger double plays you'll see here. But a good job from the Tiger defense. Keeping their wits about them. Turning that double play. And now they're just 1 out away from the end of the inning.
The plate, the right fielder, number 5.
Not entirely sure why she decided to go right there and right then. That was a relatively easy decision for first base to make.
Downing the arm of Jordan Williams. She'll make you pay if you do that. Now up, Emmeline Gantz for Wellesley. One of many freshmen on this team. 4 freshmen in the lineup for Wellesley. A relatively young team coming off a season where they only won 4 games. They're looking to improve that mark this year. As that one misses. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gantz hitting .375. Just taps that one over to second base, and that's an easy put out for Saucedo. We will head into the bottom of the frame here in San Antonio. We will have a quick break here on the Tiger Network, and we will rejoin you back when the Tigers come to bat. We are back here in San Antonio. Jessie Lloyd, the consistent batter that she is coming up for the Tigers. In the circle for the blue, Emma Slybeck, coming off an appearance in Game 2 against TLU where she only pitched a third of an inning, allowed 4 runs, walked 4 batters, and Lloyd able to take that one as that one is way too low. The ball kind of getting bowled to her for ball 1. And Jessie Lloyd is consistent. She has reached base in 13 straight games. Not all of them have been hits. She's been hit by a ball to get on base, and she's been walked to continue that streak. But she has been a very common presence on the base paths for the Tigers.
You mentioned hit by pitches. She currently leads that stat on Trinity, currently tied with Leah Gonzalez for that statistic of getting hit by pitches at 4. However, she also leads Trinity in terms of runs at 11, hits at 22, even leads in terms of doubles. So she's also got a pretty good bat there as well.
A big hit from Lloyd in Game 3 against Shriner cleared the bases as an error by the Mountaineers allowed Lloyd to go to third. And that ended up being the winning runs coming across the plate for the Tigers to win that rubber match against a tough Shriner team. That one is poked foul. And you mentioned the hit by pitches. The Tigers, maybe not wanting to lead this stat, but they are 32nd in the nation in getting hit by the pitch as a team at 12. And Leah Gonzalez and Jessie Lloyd are tied for 36th in the nation in that category. So they're able to take a couple on the chin. And the throw way too high. Full count now for Lloyd. Coach Martin giving Lloyd the highest of praises, saying that she has a very strong long swing and she's able to hit the balls that she knows she can hit. But she gets rung up right there as they strike out one of the most dangerous bats on this Tiger lineup. Good start for the blue. A much better start for Slybeck.
And now we're going to see Hayden Del Toro out of Cypress, Texas. First year, and she's done pretty good for herself with 8 hits so far in the season, 348 batting average, so hoping to get something going here for her.
And Del Toro getting more opportunities as of late as the lineups have shifted and everything has become more into place. I asked Coach Martin about her increased success at the plate, and she told me that Hayden has stepped up with her recent influx of opportunities. She's a fearless player with a great approach at the plate, and she really shows it with that high batting average. As that one hit over to third, easy out right there. As the blue have 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the first. The Tigers will now send up Dawson Debussy, who is on fire lately. She was one of the key players in that series against Shriner, going 5 for 9, driving in 6 runs. She's hitting 375 right now.
That 375 average, the best on the Tiger roster so far this season.
And the pitch from Slybeck.
Of course, helped a lot by that 5 for 9 outing at Shriner last weekend. However, she's just been incredibly consistent all throughout the season.
And Debussy, another player that's getting increased time as she launches that one into left field. And that one will get down and will be fair. It's off the wall. Debussy goes all the way to second. A double with 2 outs on the board for Debussy keeps her team alive and will send up the cleanup hitter, Marina De La Luna, to try and drive her in.
After Dawson's double, third baseman number 17, Marina De La Luna.
That's double number 3 on the season for her.
And Marina De La Luna, cleanup hitter for the Tigers today, hitting 257 with a home run, 7 RBI. And Debussy has not attempted to steal. I don't think she will today. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. That one's launched into center field. And that one hits the wall. And Debussy is going to come in to score for the Tigers. The Tigers strike first here in San Antonio as De La Luna drives in Debussy.
RBI double, Marina De La Luna.
De La Luna, of course, one of the more reliable players for Trinity. currently leads the team in at-bats, 71. And with RBI number 8 there on this season, starting to get up there to Jesse Lloyd's total.
Carson Lee, one of the freshmen on the roster for Trinity, or I guess at Trinity we say first year freshman, same thing. She has been having a good start to her Tiger career, hitting .250, a home run, 9 RBI. She struggled in the Shriner series. She went 0 for 5, drew a walk that ended up giving her an RBI, but other than that, she stayed relatively quiet in that series. She's looking to bounce back in this one right here. The Tigers do have a lot of work to do this week. 1-1 count now for Lee. Slybeck checking the wristband. That one's hit over into left field, and that one gets down, and that one's off the wall. Left fielder bare hands it, but that's another run in for the Tigers as De La Luna comes in to score. Delgado could not get that one, but an impressive bare-handed grab from her may have kept a lead right there at first base. So 2 hits, a 2-out rally for the Tigers as they've scored 2 runs here in the bottom of the first. Little meeting by the circle.
Just trying to get the pitcher calmed down here. It's still early in the game, plenty of time for Wellesley to come back here. But early on, it's looking like Trinity is having the advantage here with these last few really deep hits off the wall.
And these clutch hits are something that the Tigers have usually struggled with. They won their first one-run game at Shriner. Before then, they were 0-8 in one-run games and 1-10 in two-run games. They have been turning things around as of late, and they're looking to continue that bucking of trends here today. They are 4-18. Coach Martin wanted to be 500 before SCAC play came around, but it looks like they're going to be playing catch-up in the terms of the winning record race. And the pitch from Slybeck, not in there for a strike. Abernathy wanting to check over to Lee, but Williams just in the way. Jordan Williams is hitting .228, leading the team in home runs with 2 for 6 RBI. She went 3 for 8 in that Shriner series. She drew 4 walks in that series. So definitely a patient batter is something you could label Jordan Williams.
And patience is crucial because, I mean, no matter what happens, the most important thing in softball and baseball is just getting on base. And she's done a great job of doing that so far this year.
A crucial component to this Tiger team. Slybeck's pitch. And that plunks Jordan Williams, and they continue their climb up the national rankings and getting hit by the pitch.
Next up for Trinity, left fielder number 27, Jordan Arce.
That's got to hurt the most because that was with 3 balls. Jordan Arce will step up to the plate now here for the Tigers. Arce, a pitcher, a left fielder, and a very good batter. She's hitting .313 for the season so far with an RBI. She went 2 for 5 in the Shriner series with an RBI, 2 walks. She hits that one to third base. Lundeen steps on third and ends the inning right there. The Tigers strike first. They lead 2-0 as we go into the second inning here in San Antonio. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network.
Strike first, 2 runs.
We are back in San Antonio. The Blue starting off with their cleanup hitter. Shockingly starting with their cleanup hitter. After how that inning started, you wouldn't think that, but Marissa Scambati hitting .333 for the season so far with an RBI. She went 0 for 1 in Game 1 against TLU. She did not play in Game 2. And the Blue trying to make good of their attempts this time.
For Wellesley,
Had that unfortunate double play in the first.
Marissa Scambati.
The defensive alignment for the Tigers, of course, Gutierrez in the circle for the Tigers. Jesse Lloyd behind home plate. Jordan Williams at first. Alexis Saucedo at second. Marina De La Luna at third. Angela Botzel at short. Jordan Arce over in left field. Hayden Del Toro over in center field. And Carson Lee in right field. Scambati looking to make good as the cleanup hitter. That pitch lined straight to Saucedo. A little hop, and that's a quick first out for the Tigers. And the Blue batting order, of course, Ingrid Sue led off. Andrea Delgado batted second. Emmeline Gantz, the 3-hole hitter. Scambati was your cleanup. Kiara Lundin is the 5-hole hitter who's at the plate right now. Maggie Abernathy, the catcher, coming in at the 6-hole spot. Peyton Penny batting 7th. Chloe Thuriot batting 8th. And the 9-hole hitter, Cherish Chung. That one over to third, bobbled, and they're going to call her safe right there. A bit of a bobble from De La Luna. Allows that runner to reach. Lundin, the freshman, now on base for the Blue. De La Luna will be tagged with that error.
Catcher number 12, Maggie Abernathy.
With that being an error on De La Luna, that's going to be her 5th. She now leads Trinity in that statistic, 28 now so far all season. So definitely something to be cleaning up as we enter SCAC play.
Maggie Abernathy, the catcher, up now for the Blue. She's hitting .500 for the season so far. Not that many at-bats. They have just started their season, so the sample size is a bit small. Fouls that one back. It's been a bit since the fans of the Blue have seen her at the plate. She hasn't played since Game 2 against Simmons, which was their opening series. She's looking to make good of her time at the plate here, but she finds herself down 0-2. Lundin on first. That one misses, ball 1. Slyback hoping to come back out for this in the second inning for the Blue. That one popped into center field, and Del Toro able to bring that one in. We had a wind advisory here in San Antonio, so no telling what the wind could do here.
Next up, number 0, second
Thankfully, there's
baseman,
not going to be too
Peyton
much
Penny.
issues with the sun. No need to worry about glare with this nice cloud cover, but the wind could be a bit issue on those. Could be a bit of an issue on those high pop-ups.
Peyton Penny stepping up to the Oche for the Blue. That one's fouled back. She's hitting .250 for the year with an RBI. She went 0 for 2 with a strikeout in Game 2 against TLU.
In addition to those 2 strikeouts last series against TLU, she's had 3 so far this season. So the number doesn't seem that low, but then whenever you consider the low sample size, isn't really the best, considering that she has only had, 8 at-bats. So
Still working out the kinks here early on in the season for Wellesley. They were picked to finish 9th in the NUMAC. That one, she fouls it off herself. Doesn't seem to be any worse for wear, though. Peyton Penny, a sophomore out of Louisville, Kentucky. And one thing that I found the most interesting looking at the Wellesley roster was that only one player was from Massachusetts. And the runner goes for second. Lloyd maybe not expecting it, couldn't get the ball out there in time, doesn't even attempt to throw. 2 outs on the board. Lundin will be in scoring position here for Peyton Penny as she taps that one, and Saucedo brings it in. And the Tigers will head to the bottom of the second as they hold a 2-0 lead over Wellesley College. We will be back after a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio as they break the huddle in the circle. Slyback is back for another inning of work. Angela Baltzel will be at bat for the Tigers, the 8-hole hitter, hitting 154 for the season with 1 RBI. She hasn't been in the lineup since the Southwestern Series where she went 1 for 3. That one is fouled back.
Looking at Slybeck as a pitcher, she currently leads Wellesley in terms of strikeouts per 7 with exactly 7. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not any Trinity hitters fall behind. Obviously, earlier we saw the leadoff Jesse Lloyd, I believe, strikeout, but we'll see if any others get caught out here.
Slyback trying to bring down an ERA that is currently at 12.25. That one misses the zone, 1-2 count. Favorable count for her now. Although the outing at TLU didn't help, but TLU is a very, very good team. It's very impressive for Wellesley College to bring them to the brink and needing them to get a walk-off to lose. TLU is currently ranked 4th in the nation. Of course, they are a fellow SCAC school, and they will be coming here to San Antonio this year for a 3-game series. Baltzel looking for a pitch that she likes. Pops that one up. And Theriault calls everyone off and gets it herself. Quick out there.
The Tigers, second baseman number 7, Alexa Saucedo.
As Alexa Saucedo will come up to bat here for the Tigers in the bottom of the second. Hitting .226 for the year with 3 RBI. She went 1 for 8 with 5 walks and a strikeout in the Shriner Series. She also had an RBI. And Slyback, the first delivery is hit, and it gets down. And that'll be a hit for Saucedo to start the game off.
Flip the lineup card
Good
over.
job for
Catcher number
Saucedo.
25, Jesse Lloyd.
As that will bring us back to the top of the order. Jesse Lloyd, of course, as we mentioned earlier, struck out looking in her first plate appearance. Looking to have a bit of a better one here.
One of the things about these softball fields is that because they're a lot smaller than a baseball field, it's a lot harder to get extra base hits, as that's going to be a successful steal.
Almost trying to steal third, but Saucedo fast on the bases. She is one of the most dangerous base runners for this Trinity Tiger team. That'll be stealing base number 5. That'll make her 5 for 6. So when she wants to take a base, she usually does. She's now in scoring position. Prime opportunity here for the Tigers to tack on a couple more runs. That one gets away from Abernathy. And Saucedo advances to third. As Slyback at a bit of a jam now. Having to face off against the very dangerous Jesse Lloyd.
Just one out here as well, so a sac fly could send Saucedo running home.
And that one hit deep into right field. We'll see if that's far enough. It is. Saucedo is sent. And the throw doesn't even get there. That's another run for the Tigers. They extend their lead to 3-0.
The sac fly for Jesse Lloyd.
As Jesse Lloyd will be credited for the sac fly. 2 outs now for the Tigers. Hayden Del Toro will be back up to bat. She went 4 for 10 with 3 RBI, 3 walks, and a strikeout in that Shriner series. Another key contributor. As the first pitch, just a bit too high. 1-0 count now for Del Toro. Del Toro, the freshman out of Cypress, Texas. That one is in there for a strike. And Trinity had to make a very impressive comeback against Shriner to win that game. They were down by more than 5 runs in game 2. They came back to win that one 14-9. And then, of course, the clutch hitting in game 3 gave them the 10-9 win to win that road series.
Which is something that Trinity has really struggled with, late game consistency. You mentioned earlier towards the top of the broadcast, not the best record. 1-8 in terms of 1-run games and 2-10 in 2-run games.
That one poked out into center field. Chung able to get that one in, and that'll be the end of the second. We're going to head here in the top of the third. We will keep you entertained into the top of the third as the Blue try to put some runs on the board. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back here on the Tiger Network as we head to the top of the third.
Leading off for Wellesley, the first baseman, number 17, Chloe Theriault.
As Chloe Theriault will step up for the first time for the Blue. The Blue trying to put a run on the board as the Tigers have scored in both innings so far. Trying to create some sort of response. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Junior first baseman out of Peoria, Arizona. Currently leads Wellesley in terms of walks, of course, because of the low sample size. She only does have 1 walk, but still, getting the season started off right.
Yeah, Theriault hitting .333, and that 1 walk game against DLU in game 2. Although a game that Wellesley may want to forget, being run rolled 9-0. Gutierrez having a bit of control issues to start this third inning here. Asking for a different ball. Didn't want that one. Theriault finds herself in a 2-1 count. We'll see what Gutierrez throws to her. That one fouled back. 2-2 count now.
Trinity defense leaving a big gap in the middle of the infield there. We'll see if that plays an impact, either defensively or offensively.
Easy play for third. Easy out right there as De La Luna gets it over to Williams. And Wellesley College, an interesting school up in Massachusetts. They are a
Next up, the center fielder,
women's
number 3,
college.
Terrace Chung.
Only women can attend the college up there. And what makes it even more interesting, as I said earlier, is that only one player is from Massachusetts. So a very diverse cast of characters for the Blue.
Majority of the players here are, on this Wellesley team from California, so West Coast to East Coast shift.
That one misses. 1-1 count. Now for Cherish Chung. Chung hitting 143 for the year so far. Went 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the TLU series. Tries to bunt it there. Can't get it off though. 1-2 count now. One out recorded here in the top of the third. Bit of a visit to the circle. But now everyone seems to be playing a bit more in after the bunt attempt. That one, swing and a miss. Don't even get the opportunity to try and run for first.
Back to the top of the order.
Strikeout for Gutierrez.
Shortstop, number 8, Ingrid Sue.
As we head back to the top of the order to Ingrid Sue, who led off with a triple to start the game. Back when the game looked a bit more promising for Wellesley.
That's going to be Gutierrez's 9th strikeout of the season. Still a long way behind Jordan Arcee's 33, but a great job there managing to get the early strikeout and make this a now 2-out inning.
Head coach for Wellesley College, Carrie O'Meara. Had the pleasure of talking to her, and she has been coaching this team for a while. She was the first coach for the team back when the program was started back in 2003. She's been coaching ever since then. She's led this team to multiple NCAA tournaments, multiple NUMAC titles. Having a bit of a down year last year, though, after the COVID-19 pandemic left the team in a state of standstill for 2 full seasons. 3-1 count now here for Sue. That one misses the zone, says the home plate umpire. And that'll be a walk issue to Ingrid Sue. As Delgado will head up back to the dish for Wellesley. Had the strange double play in her first plate appearance. And the pitch, the bunt attempt goes foul. The ball deadened well, but just went a little bit foul. Andrea Delgado, the freshman out of Miami, Florida, looking to advance Sue. We'll see if she attempts another bunt here. She will, but pops it up, and that's an out. And that'll end the inning. We will head to the bottom of the frame here in San Antonio. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network to see if the Tigers try to extend their lead. They currently lead it 3-0. We are back in San Antonio as Dawson Debussy walking up to the Imperial March. Still, probably my favorite walk-up song on this Tigers team. Her batting average is threatening to break 400. Perhaps will if she gets a hit here. Slybeck up for another inning for the Blue. Having to start off with the very dangerous Debussy. No one's not in the zone, ball one. Dawson Debussy, the junior out of Dallas, Texas, the Highland Park High School product.
She's really good about getting on base, but her OPS is also nearing the top. Jessie Lloyd leads with an 8.69, but Debussy trailing just behind with an 8.43.
And Debussy, being that impactful player, hits that one on a line out in the left center field. It breaks the gap, and Debussy will have another double. Debussy having a very good day for herself so far.
Double number 2 for Dawson Debussy.
2 doubles,
Next up for the
a
Tigers,
double-double, one may
third
say,
baseman number 17, Marina De La Luna.
as De La Luna will try to make us have some deja vu here and hit Debussy home. De La Luna also had a double in her first plate appearance. Slybeck trying to stop the bleeding. Big swing and a miss. But Debussy, being that impactful player, I asked Coach Martin what makes her such an effective batter. She said Dawson is aggressive on pitches she knows she can hit hard. She also understands situational hitting, so she knows when we need a big hit. De La Luna hits that one over to third. The throw to first. No threat from De La Luna this time, as that's the first out of the inning. It'll be up to Carson Lee to try and drive in Debussy.
Next up for Trinity, the right fielder, number 4, Carson Lee.
This is the first meeting between Wellesley and Trinity. It's been a bunch of new meetings this year for Trinity. First time they played Hanover, first time they played Piedmont, first time they played Wellesley now. That one popped up to the second baseman, Peyton Penny. 2 outs now for the Tigers, trying not to leave Debussy stranded at second.
First baseman number 24, Jordan Williams.
Jordan Williams will try and drive in Debussy. She was hit by pitch the first time.
Lee just got a bit too far under it there on that last pitch. However, you mentioned new meetings, and with Trinity going to the SAA, won't be a lot of new meetings. We played a lot of the teams in that conference before. However, it will be a whole lot of new conference matchups for sure. That's going to make it a very interesting dynamic come, not really the postseason, but come conference season for sure.
And that one fouled off the fence. Some of the players trying to make a play on it, but it bounced very far unexpectedly. But yes, the move to the SAA kind of being the buzz in the athletics department here on campus. Of course, the football team already in the SAA, so they're just kind of saying, well, nothing's changing for us. But for everyone else, it's going to be new opponents, new rivalries, new opportunities. That one's in there for a strike. 1-2 count now. Of course, many good schools in the SAA, such as Birmingham Southern.
Mary Hardin Baylor being another great school as well, just in pretty much every sport.
That one ripped on a line, and Debussy will come home to score. Williams on her way to second, and that'll be a double. They trade places as Debussy is not stranded there. The Tigers will tack on another run here in the bottom of the third. Of course, the unfortunate situation over in Birmingham with the lack of funding, Birmingham Southern may end up closing, which would be a huge tragedy for that conference and for the D3 world in general, because they are just such a presence in every single sport. But we'll see if the Alabama legislator gives them the funds that they're asking for. That one, not in there. Ball one for Jordan Arce. One of the first years in this lineup. One of plenty of first years in this lineup, actually. That one hit out into right center field. Both players tracking back off the wall. It's going to be up to number 6 to throw it in. That's a triple for Arce, who was so unbelievably fast. She was in there in a flash.
That's going to be her first triple of the season there, and then, and then able to use that speed there, rounding second. That was a stand-up triple, not just a sliding triple, but just able to get in there. Doesn't even need to brush herself off.
And my apologies, that's number 0, Peyton Penny, out there after that ball just collided off the fence. It was up to the second baseman to throw it in. Perhaps the wind pushing that ball a bit further. That one not in there. Ball one. 5-0 now for the Tigers. As you see, the flag out in the center field is almost ironed out to the right. Of course, as I say that, it kind of dies down a little bit, but trust me, it is windy here. That one not in the zone. 2-0 count now. Slide back at 45 pitches.
Wind has been blowing some debris, some leaves, and some pollen pods down there onto that field. That brand new field with Trinity is now starting to kind of break in a little bit here. Only the 6th home game of the season, but this brand new turf going to be getting some use here over the next week during the 6-game homestand.
Yes, 6-game homestand, doubleheader right here against Wellesley College. They play DePaul in a single game on Thursday. They also play a JV game before the actual game. And then they host the Centenary Ladies for the weekend series, fellow SCAC school, to open home SCAC play for the Tigers. And Centenary got a win against TLU, which some may say, well, they didn't win the series, but getting any wins off of TLU is a big moment, as that one is in for Baltzel, as she knocks in Jordan Arce. Angela Baltzel bringing up that average just a little bit, as that one just kind of blooped on into right field. Conversation here between Slybeck and Abernathy. Theriot coming to join in.
It's going to be a 6-0 lead for Trinity here, and still still 1 out left here, bottom of the 3rd inning.
2-out rally here for the Tigers.
Next up for Trinity, second baseman number 7, Alexa Saucedo.
As Alexa Saucedo, who singled in her first at-bat, will be trying to do more of the same here, as the Tigers have been tacking on runs. The first pitch to Saucedo, and the steal attempt for Baltzel, and she nabs second base.
It's going to be Baltzel's first steal of the season, so great job there, able to use her speed to get on to second here.
That just puts another run into scoring position for the Tigers, as they lead 6-0 here against Wellesley College. And perhaps maybe a bit of a whoopsie swing. Didn't seem like she had all of her force into that one. 1-1 count.
Saucedo currently leads Trinity in terms of getting onto base via a walk. So hopefully she'll be able to use some of that patience here and get runners on first and second. Although that is a strong swinging strike.
Putting a bit more into it that time. And of course, this is pretty much the start for the Blues season right now, as Slybeck looks at the wristband. The pitch hit high into left field, and that'll end the inning. We go to the top of the 4th, here in San Antonio with the Tigers leading 6-0. We'll be back after this quick break here on the Tiger Network.
Trinity leads 6-0.
And we are back here in San Antonio. The Tigers leading 6-0 as we go into the top of the fourth.
Leading off right fielder number 5,
Gutierrez
Emmeline
back in
Goff.
for another inning of work as Emmeline Gauntz, the first year, hits it over to third. De La Luna gets it over to Williams, and that'll be a quick first out. One pitch, one out for Gutierrez. Definitely how she wants to start things off here.
Williams had to scoop it out of the turf there, but a great job able to hang onto that ball and get the out. Trinity already has one error so far today and hoping to avoid another.
Player number 27, Marissa
And
Scambotti.
the Blue sending Scambotti back up to bat. Hits that one out into right center field. Del Toro ranges over and grabs it. And I believe 2 pitches, 2 outs here for Gutierrez, as she's almost out of the inning in a blink of the eye.
Third baseman number 13, Kiera Lundeen.
As Kiera Lundeen will step up to the dish here. We'll see if I can get this story off before the inning ends at this rate. But the Blue did have a tie early on in the season as that one's hit over into left field. I can't finish the story. That's 3 outs on 3 pitches. An impressive feat from Gutierrez.
No hits, 3 pitches thrown.
And that may be the shortest top of the frame you ever see, folks. We're going to head to a break here on the Tiger Network. We'll be back with more Tiger softball after this quick break. We are back here in San Antonio as there is a new face in the circle. Kate Liston in for the Blue. 0-1 record, 8.08 ERA. Her last appearance, she pitched 2/3 of an inning, allowed no runs against TLU in Game 2. She's looking to pick up and do a little bit better for her team, as that one's in there for a strike to Lloyd. The Mark Governor Stadium Rave playing as she walked up. And the Blue having that tie a little early on in the season, as this pitch is lined foul. Now, an interesting thing about their field is that their field has no lights. They have no lights lighting their field. So when I saw that one game was tied due to darkness, I had to ask the obvious question of how dark is too dark for softball, or is there a cutoff time? And she just said, sun went down, couldn't see the ball. We agreed to just call it there. That one lined into right field as Lloyd will get her first hit for the day.
They called it in the 8th as well, so it was a close game all throughout. Really unfortunate that there couldn't have been a winner, but sometimes that's just how it goes.
Yeah. Reminds me of the old Wrigley Field. They didn't have lights up there until the 80s. Maybe a bit more pure softball being played in Wellesley. That pitch, not in there. Bit of a check over to Lloyd. But they have a very beautiful campus up there in Massachusetts. As Liston taking a look at the armband. Her offering. And their first strike for Hayden Del Toro, who was 0 for 2 today. Grounded out. Flew out. Trying to make a bit of noise here for the Tigers as they lead by 6 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Liston with a 8.08 ERA so far this season. Pretty high comparatively in her 3, now 4 appearances. She does have 1 start. But we'll see if she can bring that number down here today. Trinity already with a 6-0 lead, though.
And that one poked out into left field. Del Toro was playing small ball there, as now the Tigers have runners on first and second. As we continue down the lineup, as Dawson Debussy, 2 for 2 today. She's looking to knock in some more runs. Add to her already good RBI numbers. 2 doubles for the day. We'll see if she can make it 3. And Liston's pitch in there for a strike. So 0-1 count now here for Debussy here in the bottom of the 4th. Quick check of the wristband. And the pitch. That one is fouled back. Debussy down 0-2 now.
Got just a bit too low on that one. Allowed the ball to pop up, but also got it a little bit late. So we'll see if she can shorten it up here on the 0-2.
And Debussy taking aim. And the pitch. That one knocked into center field. But it is an easy out for Chung, who overthrows Peyton Penny. But nothing comes of it. 1 out here for the Tigers as they are going to send up the cleanup hitter, Marina De La Luna. De La Luna, of course, still 2 home runs away from being the all-time leader in home runs for Trinity. She's looking to drive in some more runs. The Tigers are up 6-0. Of course, leading by 8 by the end of the 5th will mean a run rule. And that's what the Tigers want. They haven't run ruled an opponent all season so far, and I'm sure they'd love for this to be their first. That one hit into right center field. Can of corn for Gantz, but Lloyd tags up and will advance to third. And wow, Del Toro takes second. Wellesley College just didn't have their wits about them. Lloyd gets third on the tag up, and Del Toro just swipes second out from under their noses.
That's just a simple miscommunication there by Wellesley. Kind of let their guard down. And now there's going to be 2 runners in scoring position for Trinity here with an out to go.
And Carson Lee will be the one in this 2-out position to try and drive in those 2 runs. Maybe pulling off a bit of what Piedmont did against them a couple of weeks ago. There was a lot of stealing of second base when they were least expecting it. But smart base running by the Tigers, gets them into this position. That one misses for a ball. 1 and 2, that is what Carson Lee is for the day so far. Del Toro on second, Lloyd on third. 2 outs, so the ball has to get down. That one misses. 2-0 count now.
Lee being 1 for 2 so far in the day kind of contrasts her 0 for 5 outing at Shriner. Of course, did have that walk, which ended up giving a score for Trinity, but still kind of a redemption day for her.
We'll see if she can be even more of a redeemer here. With runners in scoring position, 3-0 count. We'll see if they give her a strike here or if Liston is just content to pitch around Lee. Lee does have a home run this season so far, so she can take it deep. And the pitch from Liston. Not in there, as Lee has issued a walk. Bases are loaded now for Jordan Williams. Maybe what the Blue want. You get the tag, the force out at every plate, at every base now. And most importantly, at home plate. The wind roaring now. Williams 1 for 1 today. Hit by the pitch, hit a double. Looking to get on base once again. She fouls that one off. 0-1 count.
That last walk by Lee is going to give her her 9th. She is seeing the ball really, really well so far this season to go along with her 13 hits.
Okay, Liston coming in for Emma Slyback. Hoping to stop the scoring for Trinity. They have scored in every inning so far. Trying to put up a goose egg for the Tigers in the bottom of the 4th, though. Look at the wristband. And the windup. And the pitch. Not in there. 2-1 count now. And you do not want to walk Williams because there are no easy outs here on this Tigers lineup. RC on deck, or RC should be on deck, but it looks like we have a different batter on deck for the Tigers. That one gets away from Abernathy, but the Tigers will not send Lloyd. We'll see who that is waiting for the Tigers.
Looks to be number 13, if I'm not mistaken, Jayla Arenas.
Arenas on deck for the Tigers, just in case, getting that pinch hit opportunity. And that'll walk in a run. The Tigers lead at 7-0 now. And Jayla Arenas will be pinch hitting for the Tigers over Jordan Arce. Williams will be getting that RBI for walking. Bit of a conversation in the circle. The situation is still precarious.
For the Tigers, sophomore from Houston, number 13, Jayla Arenas.
Jayla Arenas
Jordan Arce in the 7th
hitting
spot.
250 on the year so far. Went 2 for 2 in Game 3 against Shriner. She was another one of those key players in getting that series win in that rubber match. We'll see what she can do here against Wellesley. Bases loaded. That one misses. Ball 1. 2 outs here. Wellesley can step on any base and get the 3rd out. Arena's trying to poke one out into the outfield. And the pitch. Not in there. 2-0 count now. Last thing you want to do if you are the blue is walk in the run that'll make it so you can get run ruled. And the pitch from Liston. That one's in there for a strike. Abernathy almost checking Williams at first. Didn't throw it though. I think the Tigers are content to stay on base most of the time. 2-1 count now. Arena's looking for one that she likes. And the delivery misses. 3-1 count now. A dreaded batter's count if you are Liston. We'll see where she puts a strike, because in a way you're almost forced to throw a strike. You don't want to walk in another run. Coach Martin having a conversation with Arenas as the blue have a bit of a talk in the circle. Abernathy talking to her pitcher. 3-1 count now.
Arena's down from Houston, Texas, so not too far from home here, just a few hours.
Liston getting the signal. And Liston's pitch. Not in there, and that'll walk in run number 8. And now,
An RBI walk for
unless if Wellesley
Arena.
scores in the top of the 5th, the game will be over for Wellesley if they don't score. And we have another pinch hitter here for the Tigers. Lainey Smith is going to pinch hit for Angela Baltzel. And a timeout here for Wellesley, as they're going to have a conversation about how they're going to go about things. Still 2 outs. You can step on any base. You can force a pop-up. But right now, they haven't been able to do any of that because the ball, they're scoring runs right now on a ball that's not even being put in play. Lainey Smith for the Tigers. She also pitches, but she also has a very good bat, hitting .256 with a home run, 3 RBI. She went 1 for 1 in Game 3 against Shriner. She's coming in for Angela Baltzel.
You mentioned getting your runs off of balls that aren't even put in play. That's something that really messed with Shriner, Wellesley last series against TOU. The Wellesley pitcher, Stilbeck, actually, the starter for this game, last game, just yesterday, in fact, 4 runs, all of them earned, and all of them off of balls.
You never want to be giving free passes, but the worst time to do it is when the bases are loaded. But no pitching change here for the blue. Coach Martin talking to the umpire as we figure out things. It looks like we may... Everyone's bringing it in now.
They signaled out. And
oh, a misreported sub will be the 3rd out of the inning for the Tigers. Now, that is something you don't see every day. And
that is a new one. I have not heard of. Interesting.
yeah, that is definitely not something you see every day. We'll take a small break here on the Tiger Network as we try to clarify things. But right now, no RBI, no score, so we're going to head into the top of the 5th with what I believe is a 7-run lead for the Tigers, a costly mistake. We'll be back after this short break on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio. It is a 7-0 lead. The scoreboard is not correct right now, but a misreported sub costing a run for the Tigers. I don't know if I've ever seen that. I've been watching softball, commentating softball off and on for about 6 or 7 years now. Never seen something like that before. But we'll see if the Blue get new life from that error.
Trinity 7, Wellesley 0.
Will give Wellesley new life. As number 12 for Wellesley, Maggie Abernathy will be heading up to the plate for the Blue here in the top of the 5th. The good news for them is that they are not in run rule range anymore. But if they want to make a comeback for this game, they need to start scoring now. That one's in there for a strike. A misreported sub. I don't know if I'll be able to get over that one. We see something new every day here at this field. That one pretty much bowled to Abernathy.
We've had a substitution out in left field now. Leia Gonzalez in for Arenas.
And with the game looking right now very much in the Tigers' hands, we'll see if more subs come out. And the pitch from Gutierrez swung on and missed. That's in there for a strike. It is a 2-2 count. Gutierrez looking to strike out another batter. The delivery, not in there right now. We are in the top of the 5th here in San Antonio. Cloudy day out, but still good weather nonetheless. That one is going to be a walk. Free pass given to Abernathy, as that'll bring up Peyton Penny.
Next up for Wellesley, second baseman number 0, Peyton Penny.
As Wellesley is going to try and put something on the board. They only have 1 hit on the day so far, compared to the Tigers' 10 hits. And the pitch from Gutierrez. That one's hit over to third base. 1 out. They get the lead runner. No double play for the Tigers. But that will be the first out of the inning nonetheless. As De La Luna got it over to second base. As Theriot will come up for the Blue. Gutierrez, having not surrendered a run so far, that one is fouled off.
Also missed an earlier substitution here. Christina Garcia has now gone into right field, replacing Carson Lee. So both of the outfielders now have changed over.
That one in there for a strike. 0-2 count. We'll see what Gutierrez does. We'll see. Perhaps they'll do a breaking ball. And swing and a miss. Strike out for Gutierrez, as that'll be 2 outs now in the inning, as we have, I believe, a different batter coming in for Cherish Chung, number 11 for Wellesley, Parker Phillips. And, well, this is a treat. This is going to be Parker Phillips' first appearance of the season so far. That's always fun to see.
Pinch hitting for the Blue in the 9 spot, number 11, Parker Phillips.
Coming in for Cherish Chung, Parker Phillips, out of River Forest, Illinois, out of Trinity High School. And the pitch.
That was just a bit outside.
Ball one. Phillips looking to get one that she likes. Ball two. Phillips, the junior, on the one of the many juniors on this team. And the pitch. In there for a strike. 2-1 count now. Phillips trying to make the first plate appearance of the year a good one. And the pitch popped up in the air, fell. Put that one in the backyard of the TUPD house. Runner on first here for the blue. As Phillips will try to bring in Peyton Penny. That one just grounded over to Gutierrez. And that'll be the third out. We will head to the bottom of the fifth here in San Antonio. One run will be a walk-off for the Tigers. So stay tuned to see if they can get that one run. We are back here in San Antonio after we had some discussions about re-entering players, substitutions, all of that jazz. We are back. Angela Baltzel leading things off here for the Tigers in the bottom of the fifth. The Tigers score one run, the game ends. They are up 7-0 right now. That one not in there. Ball one. Liston looking to be the last line of defense for Wellesley. Baltzel is 1 for 2 today. And the offering Not in there. Ball 2. Wellesley still seeking their first win of the season. It looks like they may have to wait for the next game, though, to try and get it. That one's in there for ball 3. 3 straight balls for Liston. Baltzel, more than content to just let Liston do the work for her.
Baltzell already has a couple of walks here in this season. And that's going to be number 3.
Free pass for Baltzel to start the bottom of the 5th. The control issues, the walking issues, still coming for Liston, as Alexis Saucedo will be the 9-hole hitter once again for the Tigers. She's 1 for 2 for the day. We'll see if Coach Martin tells the batters to lay off just a little bit. That one's in there for a strike. After 4 straight balls, getting one in there for a strike. We'll see if Liston can do it again. And the delivery. And the bunt attempt hits off of Saucedo. So the bunt attempt is bunk. 0-2 count now. Saucedo tried to advance the runner. The Tigers really like that sacrifice bunt. They are top 10 in the nation in sacrifice bunts. And Liston getting the signal. That one not in there, ball 1. 1-2 count. Saucedo trying to find one that she likes. And the pitch. Too high. Ball 2. Saucedo, the sophomore out of Harlingen, Texas. You know, the Trinity roster has a pretty diverse cast of characters on it too. Players from California, players from Colorado. That one hit in the right field. That one will get down. And they were maybe not expecting that one to get down. They're going to send the runner home. Baltzel will score. And
how about an RBI triple, Alexis
that'll be an RBI triple for Alexis Saucedo.
As the sun starts to go down, we got the flashing lights here at the softball stadium, and with that being the 8th run.
Yeah, that'll be it. We are in the 5th inning, so that is a walk-off. I think people maybe didn't realize it, but that is the end of the game. Trinity will walk off Wellesley College in a run rule, 8-0. They had 11 hits compared to Wellesley's 1. And we will see how things go in game 2. But Caleb, do you have any thoughts on this first game?
Yeah, it was a great game. Trinity started out strong with that 2-0 lead and just kept on powering through. Scored in every single inning. Lowest was, they just turned the scoreboard off, so I can't really look at it now. Lowest, I believe, was the 2nd inning, and yes, it was only 1 run, but still, you know, absolutely incredible consistency by Trinity as well, able to keep their foot on the gas all throughout, and it results in another win in a season where wins have been pretty hard to come by.
We will take around a 30-ish minute break here on the Tiger Network as we set up for game 2. A very interesting game with a lot of interesting things happening. We'll see if things stay interesting in game 2. Stay tuned for game 2 on the Tiger Network. We are back. Trinity looking to get their first series sweep of the year. They've done a lot of firsts in the past week, and they're going to try to make another first happen today. Emery Betcher in the circle for the Tigers, and Abigail Miller completing the battery for the Tigers this time. The leadoff batter for Wellesley, Ingrid Sue, is back again. Of course, last game, the Tigers run ruled Wellesley 8-0 in 5 innings. The Tigers are going to be looking to do the same thing as that first pitch is in there for a strike.
Looking at Betcher as a pitcher for Trinity, she's started 10 games and appeared in 10 games. Leads the team in innings pitched with 39 2/3. Has allowed 64 hits, of course, but is still set up with a 7.4 ERA, so not as good as Lainey Smith, who currently leads the team at a 4.09, but is still a pretty solid and reliable starting pitcher, able to go pretty deep into some of these games.
She's got Sue on an 0-2 count right now. We'll see if Betcher is able to start the game off right. Her delivery gets away from Miller. 1-2 count now. Betcher's last appearance, game 2 against Schreiner. 1 2/3 innings pitched, 7 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. It was quite scary if you were a starting Trinity pitcher against Schreiner. And that one poked over to the shortstop. The throw is not in time. And that one will mean that Ingrid Sue will lead off with an infield hit. The throw from De La Luna just not strong enough.
Number 10, Jules Vargas.
Jules Vargas, new player in here for Wellesley. Betcher. See if she turns 2 here. They will try to bunt. Vargas lays down a great bunt. They'll get her at first. But that will advance the runner into scoring position. They didn't have many runners in scoring position that last game. But very similarly, they had a runner in scoring position in the top of the first. We'll see if they can make good of it this time.
Number 7, Andrea Delgado.
That's Andrea Delgado. The 3-hole hitter will come up now for the blue. That one, swing and a miss, strike 1. We have a lot of sporting events happening on campus today. We have this softball game. The Trinity men's tennis team is currently playing Caltech, just a hop, skip, and a jump away. And the Trinity Tiger baseball team is going to be playing University of Mary Hardin-Baylor over on the baseball field. Says it is now an 0-2 count against Delgado. That bunt just going foul.
Delgado, the left fielder out of Miami. Considering the position here, I don't think that she would try to go for the sacrifice bunt. However, she has already dropped 3 of them so far this season.
Gets rung up. Strike 3 called there, and Delgado will go down looking. Betcher has 2 outs on the board now.
Batting fourth,
Looking to strand that runner on second. As Emmeline Gauntz, the cleanup hitter for the blue, once again. We'll see that one for a ball. And right now, Betcher having a couple of rough outings. Wanting to have a good one here. That one not in there, ball 2. Did get an alert on the Weather Channel app that we may have some rain close to 7 o'clock. Hasn't come down yet, but we'll be on the lookout for that.
These clouds have been threatening rain pretty much all day, and if they started to come down now, that could be very interesting. Again, with this new turf field. Turf, not exactly the grippiest whenever it's wet.
Now we may see the game turn into a slip and slide. That one's in there for a strike. 3-1 count now for Gauntz, the freshman that has just been oh so good for the blue. That one in there for a strike. I believe that one tipped off the bat as well. Full count now here in the top of the first. And Betcher's pitch. Swing and a miss. Betcher strikes out Gauntz. And the threat from Wellesley will not come to pass.
One runner left on base. Tigers
We will
on
head
the
to
bat.
the bottom of the first here in San Antonio in Game 2, as Trinity will come up for their first swings at Slybeck again. We'll be back here
Now the
after a
defensive
quick break
alignment
here
for
on the Tiger
Wellesley.
Network.
In the outfield.
And we are back here in San Antonio. And
Correction in the circle for the blue. Number 27.
a new
Marissa
pitcher
Scabati.
for the Blue now. Maybe a bit of miscommunications through the lineup card, but Marissa Scambati will be pitching.
Leading off for the Tigers, Jesse
She has
Wilson.
a 0.95 ERA, 0-1 for the year so far as record goes. Her last appearance was a loss in Game 2 against TLU, as that one misses. 3 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 1 strikeout, 4 walks. She'll look to get her team going a bit better than they had last time, as Jesse Lloyd tried to do some more damage against the Wellesley College pitchers.
You mentioned Scambati's stats from the TLU series. One thing that I found very interesting, 5 runs allowed, but only 1 of them was earned. That's a trend that she has had pretty much all throughout the season. 8 runs allowed, only 1 earned all season.
Easy out there. Lloyd goes down. We go to Hayden Del Toro now. Very similar lineup for the Tigers in Game 2. Not many changes,
Batting second for Trinity, center fielder number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
as Hayden Del Toro will come back up. But Madison Horn and Abigail Miller in the lineup now for the Tigers.
You mentioned rain just a couple of minutes ago. We got some sprinkles showing up here on the eastern window.
We'll see if that sprinkle turns into something more. But for now, play will continue. As Gambati gives the pitch. That one hit out into right field. And the dive from the center fielder can't get it. Del Toro goes to second. And she will be safe. Chung tried to dive for it, couldn't get it. Young threw it in. That defensive alignment for the Wellesley College Blue. Andrea Delgado in left. Cherish Chung in center. And Lauren Young in right field.
Player number 8, Dawson Debussy.
As Dawson Debussy, after having a good game, will try to have an even better one here. Try to drive in Hayden Del Toro, who is sitting on second base. The pitch. Not in there. 1-0 count.
Debussy's had a great season so far. Currently leads Trinity in terms of batting average. Just crossed the 400 threshold last game, and hoping to extend that here.
That one hits off the check swing there. And we do have the baseball game on another screen, and it looks like it's kind of coming down over there a bit more than it is over here right now. As Scambati gives the pitch. Not in there. 2-1 count now. As Debussy trying to make good of that runner in scoring position. 1 out here in the bottom of the first so far. And the delivery. That one hit straight to the third baseman. They get the out at first. Del Toro goes to third, and she is safe. Some smart base running from Del Toro. And that one will be able to advance Del Toro to third, and now the run in an even more threatening position as Marina De La Luna, the cleanup hitter for the Tigers, once again
Marina De La Luna.
will try and bring in Del Toro. Sacrifice fly won't work. She's got to get a ball on the ground.
De La Luna with a 260 average so far this season. That one's tipped off, but yeah, just overall, another really consistent player. There is no Trinity player besides the number 9 hitter right now on this starting lineup that has a batting average under 2.
The Tigers are very good at hitting. And the pitch from Scambati, not in there. They're 72nd in the nation in hits, but quite the big disparity. They're 190th in total runs scored. So a bit of issues early on with getting runners home. They're able to get them on the base. In game 1, they were able to get them home. And De La Luna will try to bring in another. Scambati. Positioning the ball correctly, getting the signal. And the pitch. That one's fouled. 2-2 count for Marina De La Luna, who's always a threat at the plate. The wind picking up now.
You can feel that cold air coming in with the rain. You can also see a little bit of raindrops starting to show up on the cameras over there. So looks like we might have a front coming in. We'll see if it has any impact on the game here, though.
Things always become a bit more fun when things get a bit more slippery, but they also become a bit sloppy as well. So we'll see how good the grip is for all of these defensive players. That one hit out into center field. That one will get down, and Del Toro will score. And Marina De La Luna has an RBI single with 2 outs. That'll score the first run of the game for the Tigers.
It's going to be RBI number 8, I believe.
Playing in right field, number 4, Carson Lee.
As Carson Lee, the 5-hole hitter, will try and continue this inning for the Tigers. They had a great 2-out rally last game. And the pitch from Scambati. In there for a strike. De La Luna has only stolen twice this year. She's attempted it twice. She's been successful once with 2 outs on the board. I don't think she'll be stealing here. 1-1 count now for Carson Lee. Coach Martin telling me that Lee, unlike other freshmen, is just a very patient batter. She doesn't get in too over her head when she's at the plate. That one's in there for a strike. 1-2 count now. And even though the Tigers have scored a run here, Wellesley has definitely looked a bit more solid defensively. And the pitch from Scambati. That one hit into right field. And that one is brought in by Lauren Young. That'll end the inning. We will head to the top of the first as Wellesley will try to make a comeback from this 1-0 deficit that they find themselves in the top of the second. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio. Betcher out for another inning of work. As for the blue,
Leading off for the blue, third baseman number 13, Kiara Lundin.
Kiara Lundin stepping up to the plate as the 5-hole hitter. Similar defensive alignment for the Tigers, except Miller is now behind the plate and Lloyd is at third. Instead of Saucedo at second, it is Madison Horn. And the pitch from Betcher. Grounded foul. Lundin. One of 3 freshmen in a row in this lineup for the blue. The Tigers looking to put another goose egg on the board. And that one's grounded right to Betcher. Easy out right there. As Lauren Young will come up to the plate here.
Wellesley, right fielder number 9, Lauren Young.
And Lauren Young, she pitches, she hits. She's been hitting .211 for the year so far with an RBI. She went 0 for 5 in the TLU series with 2 strikeouts. And the pitch from Betcher in there for a strike.
Young is one of the best players on this team, both in terms of batting and in terms of pitching. Of course, being essentially the ace for this team, 4 appearances, 2 starts as a pitcher, and as a batter is not too bad as well. Leads the team in terms of at-bats.
She's definitely been a presence in the circle and on the field for this Wellesley College team. The Blue have called on her many times, but she swings through that one for a strike. And Coach Carey just telling me that she is a workhorse sophomore. She's pitched a bulk of the games last year as she grunts that one over to shortstop. De La Luna able to put her out. She called her a good hitter. And as a pitcher, she's able to keep other hitters off balance. But speaking of pitchers hitting,
the pitcher batting 7th, number 27, Marissa Scambati.
Scambati will be coming up for the Blue. And the pitch from Betcher gets away from Miller. 1-0 count to start off Scambati, who's taking a lower position in the batting lineup this time. And the pitch fouled off. And Scambati trying to get her team going. They had 1 hit last game. They have 1 hit so far this game. They'll try to improve on that mark. That pitch doesn't get in there. Ball 2. 2-1 count. 2 outs here in the top of the second. And the pitch from Betcher. Not in there. 3-1 count now. Hitters count for Scambati. And, of course, Coach Carey has been in the league for quite a while, so I asked her what about the game has changed the most. That one is hit into center field. That's where he's going to have to wait, as that one is brought in by Del Toro.
No runs, no hit.
We are going to head down into the bottom of the second, with the Tigers still leading 1-0. We'll see if they extend their lead in the bottom of the second after this quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back in San Antonio
Leading off for Trinity, batting in the 6th spot, first baseman
as
number
Jordan
24,
Williams
Jordan Williams.
will try to get things started off here for the Tigers. Coach Carey having a bit of a conversation with the home plate umpire. One of the rare moments we actually get through an entire walk-up song. That usually doesn't happen. And it looks like we have a substitution, as I believe she signaled that number 24 is now in left field. That would be Ellie DeClean, if that is correct. We're still waiting for another second as everything is confirmed. As it looks like Delgado has moved into the infield. As we finally get things started off here after a little bit of a delay. The pitch, that one gets through the gap, and things are leaded off with a single by Jordan Williams.
Base hit for Jordan Williams.
Able to get past the diving Alexander.
Number 24, Ellie DeClean.
Aniko Alexander, to be exact.
Ships number 7, Andrea Delgado to short. Next up for the Tigers, number 5, Abigail Miller.
Abigail Miller back in the lineup. Had a short absence from the lineup, but she's back again. The Tigers' reliable catcher with a very strong arm behind the plate. And that bunt will end up getting her on the base as they just couldn't grab it. Runners on first and second for the Tigers with no outs. That was supposed to be a sacrifice bunt, but they get runners on first and second. We'll see if they try to bunt the runners
Next up for Trinity,
here.
Number 27, Jordan
Kiara
Percy.
Lundeen was the one who came up with it and just looked like she slipped trying to get the throw off to first.
And right now, Jordan Arce trying to get some more runs on the board for her team. Arce getting her first collegiate win against Shriner last weekend. And the signal. Skimbodi's pitch. Swung through by Arce. 1-1 count now. As 27 pitches to 27. Skimbody wants a different ball. Didn't like that one. As we get back into the swing of things here. Arce looking for one that she likes. She can definitely put her on the ball. 2-1 count now. Arce has gotten some at-bats as of late. She started the season off just as a pure pitcher. She also came on the base paths a couple times because of how fast she is. That one fouled. 2-2 count. Runners on first and second for the Tigers. Miller on first. Williams on second. And they get the signal, the payoff pitch to Arce. Swing and a miss. They strike Arce out. And Skimbody can add a K to her name.
Next up for Trinity, second baseman, number 3, Madison Horn.
As Madison Horn, the 9-hole hitter for the Tigers this game, will try and keep things going for her team. There's one out on the board. Madison Horn will try and make things good for the Tigers. That one's in there for a strike.
The senior out of Schertz, Texas, has not had the best in terms of coming up to the plate. Only a 167 average in batting, which makes her, looks to be about the second or third lowest on the team.
She went 0 for 4 with a strikeout and a walk against Hanover. That was the last time she was in the lineup in a position to get an at-bat. She finds herself down 0-2 now. Jessie Lloyd waiting on deck. And the pitch. Stays alive by fouling it off. Lundeen trying to get after it, but just too far.
Looked to be a pretty big protection swing there, just trying to make sure that she didn't go down swinging.
And the pitch. Not in there for a strike. Bring the count to 1-2.
Williams on second, not likely to move. She's only attempted, she's only attempted one steal so far this season. Was successful on that steal. Of course, stealing third is always a risk, no matter what.
And Horn just trying to stay alive. Fouls that one off. As the wind, once again, picking up just a little bit. There's a 1-2 count for Horn. Jules Vargas is the catcher. That one just tapped, and they get it to third. And that'll be an out at third. Get the lead runner. But we will flip back to the top of the lineup as Jessie Lloyd, who had done quietly in the first, will try to make a bit more noise here in the second.
Good play there between both Delgado and Lundeen. Some good communication there.
I asked Coach Carey what the expectations were for this game, as that one misses for a ball. And she said our expectations every game is that we want to play the best softball that we can play to their full potential. We want the W, but we also want to have fun in the end. They worked hard in the preseason, and they want to show Texas the work that they've done. Inside, 3-0 count now for Lloyd.
Holding any team to one run is an impressive feat, especially in softball, but holding TOU to one run is definitely something to hold your hat on. Unfortunately, typically whenever you hold a team to one run, you end up coming out on top, but not whenever you yourself end up scoring 0.
That one's in there for a strike, a 3-1 count. We'll see if Coach Martin gives Lloyd the green light to swing away. Scambati with the pitch. That one misses. Bases loaded now as Lloyd is issued a free pass. Bases loaded for Hayden Del Toro. A big spot here for the first year.
Hayden Del Toro.
She doubled in the first. She'll try to do that again here in the second, this time with bases loaded. Scambati in a bit of a jam here. That one's in there for a strike. The Tigers trying to put another run on the board, continue their streak of scoring in every inning.
Del Toro's had a very impressive season for her first year. Currently second on the team with a .370 batting average. So she has definitely made an impact here in her early days at Trinity.
And the Tigers' motto for this season has been to take back the SCAC. The Tigers haven't been to the NCAA tournament since 2007. And with TLU ever being the looming threat over every team in the SCAC's shoulder. It is a hard journey, but it's one that Coach Martin is confident that they can do. And even though the season hasn't started off as the Tigers have wanted, this is a team full of potential. Their record does not do them justice by any means. As Del Toro fouls this one back. They have played many, many good teams close. They've only really been blown out by one team, and that was East Texas Baptist, and they're top 10 in the nation right now. But they split against UMHB, who was nationally ranked. They kept it close against Piedmont, who was nationally ranked. That one is fouled back. They've kept it pretty close against Babson, who is nationally ranked. They play a tough schedule because they know that they're good and they want to prove it. And right now, they're trying to bounce back. The first weekend of that road trip, they were swept by Southwestern, and in 2 games they held a 2-run lead, but they just couldn't hold on to it. And that one misses. 2-2 count, 2 outs in the second inning.
Whenever you've been swinging like she has throughout this at bat, that was a really, really cold take right there. Very good job not letting the bat swing and just staying patient.
That one gets down, and that'll score a run. They send another runner in, and Del Toro goes to second, and Del Toro is safe.
RBI base hit, Hayden Del Toro.
So Hayden Del Toro, 2 RBIs. As Miller and Horn come in to score, Lloyd heads over to third, and Del Toro makes it to second. That was a close play at second.
Next up for the Tigers, designated player number 8, Dawson Debussy.
As Dawson Debussy, the 3-hole hitter, will come in to try and score even more runs. The Tigers extend their lead to 3.
Del Toro, 2 plate appearances and 2 doubles here in this second game. Very good early production.
And Debussy coming up with the Imperial March, trying to strike fear in the hearts of the Wellesley College players. As Scambati misses that one, 2-0 count. And there's a couple of colleges in Division III whose mascot is just a color. Milliken are the big blue. Wellesley are just the blue. And that one is just tapped over. And that is a foul. Looks like it hit before in the batter's box. Call everyone back, 2-1 count. Denison is the big red. There's a couple of teams in Division III that just have a color as their mascot. As that one not in there, 3-1 count now.
Is there a little blue to provide the symmetry? So you've got the blue, the big blue. Is there a little blue somewhere out there to kind of complete the trifecta?
There should be. There really should. We need a rainbow of teams. That one's in there for a strike. Full count now. Not sure why they're called just the blue. I tried to look into that because, you know, the blue is an interesting mascot name. That one's popped up. And it is taken in by Vargas. And that'll end the inning. The Tigers tack on 2 more runs. They lead 3-0. And we will head into the top of the third after this break here on the Tiger Network.
2 left on base.
We're back in San
Leading
Antonio
off for Wellesley, second baseman number 15, Anika Alexander.
as Anika Alexander will start things off here for the blue. Betcher's pitch in there for a strike. We're in the top of the third now as Wellesley tries to score the first run of the series. That one's in there for a strike. 0-2 count now. Alexander quickly down.
They've got a good chance of getting it here. Alexander tied for second on this team with 4 hits so far early on in the season for them.
1 ball, 2 strikes for Alexander. She's hitting .267. She went 0 for 4 in the TLU series, though. That one fouled. And many of the blue batters just going quiet against TLU. TLU's pitching is very, very elite, very, very good. And that one swung through. And I believe they are going to call that a strikeout, but Alexander reaches first as Miller lost the ball. That'll leave a runner on first for the blue.
Next up, number 3, Terrace Chung.
Always stings a little bit when you get a strikeout, but you don't actually get the out. And the bunt attempt and the check back over to first. Nothing doing over there. But Miller just putting her arm on display there. Alexander wasn't even that far off the bag, and she had to slide in order to get back in.
Alexander has stolen earlier on in the season, so she does have the capability to go to second if she wanted to. Probably why they decided to do the check there.
And right now, for Wellesley, they have another runner on first. They're trying to get another hit. And Betcher, another 0-2 count, this time to Cherish Chung. That one just tapped over to Betcher, able to get the first out. Easy pickings for Betcher. 1 out now here in the top of the third. Runner in scoring position now for Wellesley, though. As up to the plate will be that defensive substitution now hitting Ellie DeClean, who's hitting .273 on the year so far. Went 0 for 3 in that series against TLU. And Miller has been very good at catching potential thieves.
Alexander has been sent back to first. Not entirely sure why. We'll have to check on that.
Infield playing in the bunt attempt. Not going anywhere. That was a foul ball.
Through her career, Alexander has only stolen twice, once this season, once last season.
Betcher waiting on DeClean to get back in the box. The pitch, and that one grounded up the middle. That'll be another hit for the blue. Runners on first and second now. Potential threat for the blue here. Jules Vargas
Number 24, Ellie DeClean.
will now come up to bat here for the blue. She'll go talk to her coach as Trinity meets in the circle. Vargas hitting .118 on the year so far. Oh, she went 0 for 5 in that series against TLU. She will talk to her coach for a game plan on what to do here. And things are getting back underway here. Betcher in a little bit of a jam.
At the plate, the catcher, number 10, Jules Vargas.
We'll see if she can turn two here. That one's in there for a strike. As it looks like the wind has almost died completely if you look at the flag in center field.
Texas weather for you.
Yeah. Blink and it changes. Coach Carey jumping out of the way from that one. 0-2 count for Vargas. Betcher gets a high five from Lloyd.
With only one out here, would not be surprised if Vargas maybe tried to get one into the outfield, maybe for a sac fly.
That one not in there. 1-2 count now for Vargas.
See if she could get Alexander onto third.
And Betcher's payoff pitch. Grounded, but foul. And right now, things looking precarious for Vargas. She is in the hole in the count. And Betcher just trying to put her away. Betcher's pitch. And that one gets away from Miller. The runners advance. Runners on second and third now for the blue.
Betcher in kind of a tight spot now.
And Vargas trying to get not one but two runs in now. That one grounded foul once again. She has been staying persistent, much to the chagrin of Betcher.
Betcher's got the most experience of anybody, not just on this team being a senior, but also anyone on this team this season. She's faced, heading into this game, 179 batters. And so she's trying to use every single bit of her experience here to try and get the out against Vargas. But Vargas is just not going down.
There was a lot of questions about who would take up the mantle that Kat Patterson left from the team last year. Betcher looking to be that senior presence. The throw to home and not in time. And that is safe there as well. The throw there was in time, but Miller wasn't able to get the tag in on time. And now that'll be the first run that Wellesley has scored in this series. It is now 1-3. Runners on first and third. As we have a meeting here in the circle. Coach Martin wanting to talk things over with the team. And Vargas on first. DeClean will be on third. It does not look like we're going to have a pitching change.
Can't see anybody warming up down there, so I doubt that we're going to see anyone just get thrown in.
Coach Martin walks back to the dugout. Still one out here in the top of the third. As Wellesley scores the first run of the series for them.
Next up for the blue, left fielder number 7, Andrea Delgado.
As Andrea Delgado will try and keep things going here for the blue. That pitch not in there. The steal attempt. Not sure if Miller was trying to throw it to second and Betcher just cut it off, or if that was meant for Betcher, but either way, it's a stolen base for Vargas.
It's going to be her first of the season as well. First attempt and first stolen base. Still, of course, very early in the year.
And the bunt attempt, that was foul. And there is an out. I think she may have stepped out of the batter's box. Runners on second and third.
It's Gaunt's up to bat now.
That's Emmeline Gauntz, the cleanup hitter for the Blue. She's the one you want in this position if you are Wellesley. The reliable first year. Could tie this game up with the swing of a bat.
And it's very likely that she can. She leads the team with 6 hits so far this season, as well as also leading the team with 2 doubles.
She finds herself in a 3-0 count now, as Betcher cannot strike the zone. And Betcher's pitch misses. That is ball 4, a 4-pitch walk, as the bases are now loaded for Wellesley as they turn the tables on the Tigers.
Next up for the Blue, third baseman number 13, Kiara Lundeen.
As Kiara Lundeen comes up with the bases loaded, another first year on this Wellesley squad. Betcher's first pitch, that one's grounded over to De La Luna, and they get an out at second, and that'll be the end of the inning. The bases loaded threat does not do anything as we head into the bottom of the third. Wellesley cuts into the lead by 1 as Trinity leads 3-1. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. And we are back here in San Antonio. Scambati, her day ends as now in the circle for the Blue, Lauren Young, who has been quite the star player for the Blue to start the year off. An 0-2 record, 3.44 ERA. Her last appearance, she pitched 6 1/3 inning, only allowing 1 run against TLU, but that 1 run was the run that won TLU the game. So she is a very skilled pitcher. Let's see if she can keep things close here for her team. As we have a small delay as we confirm all the changes. Young coming in from right field. I believe that is Parker out in right field. Parker Phillips in right field. As Marina De La Luna, the cleanup hitter for the Tigers, 1 for 1 today, takes a big swing at that one. 0-1 count. De La Luna increasing her batting average as of late. She has had some struggles at the plate to start the year so far. That one's in there for a strike. I say to start the year, but we're halfway through the season now. One of the reasons why that DePaul game is just one game is because we couldn't have a doubleheader, because the doubleheader would have brought us over the game limit. That one misses for a ball.
Heading into this game, Della Luna led Trinity in both at-bats and strikeouts with 70 and 14 respectively. Obviously, with a high amount of at-bats, you're going to get a high amount of strikeouts as well. But still numbers that she's hoping to kind of bring down a little bit.
And that one misses. 2-2 count now for De La Luna. She looks to get the team going. The patented showing of the bunt that the Tigers like to do. Swing and a miss. De La Luna strikes out as Young claims her first victim. Expect more of that because Lauren Young is quite the phenom for the Blue.
That's going to be her 10th strikeout of the season, expanding her lead over the rest of the Wellesley bullpen. Next highest pitcher in terms of strikeout total is only 4.
That one misses as Carson Lee is looking at ball 1. 1-0 count now. And Young getting the signal. And Young's pitch. And Lee knocks that one into left field. It was very high, but no problem for the left fielder. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 3rd. That was Ellie DeClean that made that catch. As Jordan Williams will pick up the stick for the Tigers. That one misses, 1-0 count.
Williams leading the team with home runs so far this season at 2. So, definitely got a power bat here.
And the Tigers, being a good hitting team, they have not hit that many home runs. When they played Schreiner, Schreiner has a pitcher that leads the SCAC in allowing home runs, and they weren't able to get a single one off of her. They've been doing things, playing small ball rather than going for the big launches out into the fence. That one into center field. Chung able to get that one in, and that'll be a quick inning here for Wellesley, as for the first time this series, Trinity does not score in an inning. We head to the top of the 4th with the Tigers leading 3-1 as we take a break here on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio. Lauren Young giving her team a chance by keeping the Tigers at bay for an inning. We're going to start off things here with Lauren Young. Betcher's pitch in there for a strike. A pitcher throwing to another pitcher. Something that's more common in softball, very much more so than it is in baseball now. Betcher's next pitch in the turf. 1-1 here for Lauren Young. She's 0 for 1 today. She grounded out in her first at-bat. Betcher's next pitch, also in the turf. 2-1 count now. And Betcher has surrendered 1 run so far, looking not to surrender anymore. That one grounded over to third, and they are able to get her as Lloyd just fires a missile over to Jordan Williams as Lauren Young goes down. That'll bring up Scambati. We'll step up to the Oche here for the blue. Scambati 0 for 1. She started the game as the pitcher. That one not in there. 1-0 count for Scambati as things are getting a lot darker here in San Antonio. It's starting to feel like a night game. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count. Very different from the first home opener where we played Babson at 9 a.m. I much prefer this. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. Scambati now at 1-2. Betcher trying to put her away.
Night games, almost always have a more magical feel. I don't know if it's the lights or if it's just the fact that it's later on in the day or just what it is, but anytime that the lights come on, it just feels like everything becomes magnified.
And Scambati strikes out, swinging a bit slower than usual. I think she knew that that one was not a good one to swing at.
Next up, the second baseman, number 15.
But by the time she had the ball over the plane, it was too late. Alexander back up for the blue. Lines that one. Just foul. And certainly feels nicer. Everyone's more awake. Nobody's groggy. Everyone felt a bit tired at that Babson game. But when we're playing at a time like this, everyone just feels a bit better. As the softball game continues the race against the baseball game, matching each other stride for stride. Baseball game in the third inning. They are tied 0-0. Betcher's pitch. And that one's grounded, and they're going to call that one foul. 0-2 count now for Alexander. The chance of which way, that way, coming from the dugout. The classic chant. That one hit up the middle, and the throw not in time, not nearly in time, as Alexander is able to make it to first on the slow grounder up the middle. That will bring up the 9-hole hitter, Cheris Chung,
Up next, center fielder number 3,
to
Cheris
try
Chung.
and advance Alexander. 2 outs, can't bunt. You got to put a ball on the ground. Strike 1 in there for Betcher, as you have the left side of the infield playing pretty far in. Betcher's pitch. In there for a strike, the check down to first. Keeping Alexander in check. Chung, 0-2 count to her. Betcher trying to put away the inning. That one not in the zone, 1-2 count now. We have a 1-2 count here in the top of the 4th. That one is foul. And for the blue, they're trying to get some more runs on the board after a solid inning by Lauren Young. That one tapped out over to the Tiger dugout. Can't get to it. It'll be stuck on the roof.
And it'll roll back into the foul netting. Betcher working through her 4th inning now.
And the payoff pitch. That one's fouled back. Chung just staying persistent, staying pesky, not giving up, making it so Betcher has to throw more and more and more. She's at 65 pitches so far. And this one, that one is fouled. Still a 1-2 count. And Betcher's pitch. That one is fouled off. Chung will not give up.
We've got a battle on our hands here.
It is a war of attrition. Who will give first? Chung is really trying to find one that she likes. That one too high. It is a 2-2 count now against Chung. Betcher just wants to put her away. Chung will not go away. Alexander on first. 2 outs in this inning. The pitch. That one is fouled off.
You can tell by the flag in the back of center field, the wind is starting to pick back up again here as we start to hit the nighttime hours.
And we head further into the darkness as Chung is still staying pesky, still battling, making Betcher work for this last out. The pitch, that one hit over to the second baseman, and they will say that she is safe at first. So Chung, staying pesky, persevering, makes her way to first base.
All that hard work finally pays off for Chung after an at-bat that felt like it took forever.
That was certainly one of the longest at-bats of the night, as we have a circle visit from Coach Martin, wanting to talk things over with her team. The Wellesley batting order heads back to the top as DeClean, who's 1 for 1 today, will come back for the blue. And you know that it is getting in the nighttime in San Antonio when you hear drag racing off of 281.
I got to hear that a lot last year as a resident of Herndon. All of those roadside first-year dorms always get a nice sampling of those sounds.
And the pitch fouled back. I lived in Herndon too, so got plenty of that. The good thing about Herndon, though, is that the wall's a bit thicker than the other dorms, so
That's true.
I feel bad for Whit Wynn.
Oh,
Betcher trying to end this inning. Swing and a miss. 0-2 count now. Very similar position. We'll see if DeClean can stay as pesky as Chung did. And the payoff pitch from Betcher. Not in there, says the home plate umpire. 1-2 count.
interesting motion to be going before actually making contact.
And that one popped up, and that'll end the inning as Dale Luna brings that one in. We will head into the bottom of the fourth as the slap attempt does not go anywhere for Wellesley. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back in San Antonio in the bottom of the fourth. Lauren Young back out for another inning of work, as Abigail Miller will start things off here for the Tigers as the 7-hole hitter.
5, Abigail Miller.
And Without Me by Eminem being her walk-up song. And she is always back here in this lineup. Young's first pitch to her. Not in there, ball 1.
Interesting positioning here by Miller. You see a lot of players going towards the back of the batter's box whenever they set up, trying to give themselves that extra millisecond or so of decision time before they swing. Miller, her left foot is almost on the white line there at the front of the batter's box. So differences in batting philosophy here among the Tigers.
She swings through that one for a strike, and she is a very pesky batter. She's only struck out once this year. That makes her the 14th toughest batter to strike out. That one is fouled back, 1-2 count. As Young tries to take another strikeout.
Young had 9 entering this game. Has gotten 1 so far today, I believe, to make that 10 total. Is allowing 8.5 hits per 7. K per 7 is at about 3.5 as well, 3.4. And so over her so far 4 appearances and 18 innings, doing pretty good for herself.
And that one will get down, and Miller shows her good bat. Very consistent at the plate. As Coach Martin
Next up for Trinity, the left fielder, number 27.
calling for somebody,
Jordan Arce.
talking to the home plate umpire. I believe we may be getting a pinch runner, as Jordan Arce will step up to the plate. It looks like Saucedo will be pinch running for Miller, and she will. Saucedo, a very dangerous base runner.
For the Tigers, number 7, Alexa Saucedo.
Alexa Saucedo. As that was lightning in the center field. I did not expect that one. Start counting the seconds to see until we hear the thunder. And that is a good bunt from Arce, and no throw attempt. And the Tigers have runners on first and second.
That is another benefit of night games with the darker skies. You're able to see what the weather is doing, particularly whenever it comes to lightning, a whole lot easier because the light can just travel for miles.
Yeah, and did not hear any thunder, so that lightning is very far enough off that we don't have to stop play here.
Next up for the Tigers,
As the last
baseman,
thing we
number
want
3,
is for a
Madison
30-minute
Horn.
delay because of lightning. As Madison Horn, with runners on first and second, 2 speedy runners on first and second. We'll try and bring them in. Tries the bunt there. Of course, something in softball that you can do that you can't do in baseball is that if you are batting in our right-handed batter's box, the batter's box to our right, that is you can actually move up in the box and try to get the ball down. It's one of the more interesting things that separates softball from baseball. You'll see players running up to try and hit the ball.
You mentioned the runners on base. Both Saucedo and Arce are very proficient bags stealers. Don't expect to see any stolen bags, but they do have the speed to turn perhaps a base hit into an RBI very easily.
That one is fouled back on the bunt attempt. 1-2 count now here for Madison Horn. Horn reached on a fielder's choice last time, trying to get on base her own way this time. Lauren Young gets the signal. And the pitch. Not in there. 2-2 count now. No outs in this inning so far. But if there's anyone on this team that could handle such pressure, it is Lauren Young. Young, of course, having that stellar game against TLU. Swing and a miss. She strikes out Horn. And we will flip back to the top of the order as Jessie Lloyd will try to be the one to bring in those runners.
Lloyd leads the team in RBIs with 10. 22 hits so far on the season coming into this series.
And she looks to extend, or she has extended her streak of getting on base from 13 to 15. She got on base last game. She's gotten on base this game. We're having a bit of a conversation between the umpire and coach. Coach Carey, to be exact.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the light show going on behind center field.
Next up for Trinity, number 25, Jessie Lloyd.
Whatever the case may be, Jessie Lloyd is the one that Lauren Young has to deal with. You got a little bit of Mark Governor in the background there. That's another top tier walk-up song. 1-0 count here for Lloyd. And the pitch. Too high. 2-0 count. And the check over to second base. Very close. Saucedo able to slide in.
Players need to stay attentive here because we have seen miscommunication and also just not paying attention catch out both teams so far tonight in both games.
For sure. And now Lloyd finds herself at a 3-0 count. The Wellesley College pitchers have been reluctant to throw things in the zone to her. And for very good reason. She is a dangerous bat in this Tiger lineup. There's a reason why Coach Martin likes to lead her off. Coach Martin being from the New England area, New York, bit of a fan of the Yankees. Likes what they do with Judge, getting the good, big, strong batters early on in the lineup. And that is a walk issued to Lloyd. The bases are loaded with 1 out for Hayden Del Toro. Maybe deja vu for her.
Next up for the Tigers, center fielder number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Because, you know, I feel like we've seen this one before.
Del Toro's got a double, which she then turned into a run in the first, and then also got a single, which was an RBI single. So Del Toro, no stranger to swinging the bat here tonight. Both in this game and last game, just a couple hours ago.
And she'll look to put some more runs on the board here for the Tigers. They have a 2-run lead right now. I'm sure that they'd love to extend it with a good hit here from Del Toro. And Young's pitch. In there for a strike, 1-1 count. A hit into the outfield likely scores both RC and Saucedo just because of how fast they are. It'll be even better if Del Toro can send another one to the wall. That one's up and in for a ball. 2-1 count. Lauren Young feeling the pressure. We'll see how much of a pressure cooker that she is.
Del Toro's got a 214 average with runners in scoring position.
That one's in there for a strike. 2-2 count. Lauren Young looking to get a key out two here with the bases loaded. Right now, all it takes is a sac fly to score a run. If you get 2 outs, then the next batter has to put the ball on the ground. That one just tapped, and that one gets through. And RC is going to come in, and that throw is way offline, and Lloyd will go to third, and the runners just advance. 2 runs will come in to score. It was the error, but I believe that was Delgado who couldn't come up with the ball. That was grounded to her. Allowed both Saucedo and RC to score, and when the offline throw, went offline, the runners just decided to take an extra base. That's 2 runs here for the Tigers. They extend their lead 5-1.
It's going to be Delgado's 4th error of the season as well, and considering the fact that they've only played 6, now 7 games, really not a good way to start off the season for Delgado.
Runners in scoring position for the Tigers still. They still have 1 out, and I'm sure this is the last batter that any pitcher wants to see. Dawson Debussy, who has the hot hand right now as of late. Maybe not in this game, but certainly in the last game. She'll look to get a hit here. That one's in there for a strike. Lauren Young surrendering 2 runs. That one's in there for a strike. That was a good pitch. Debussy having a very good batting average, 378. The classic lean in for the Tigers. That one not in there, says the home plate umpire. Maybe some Wellesley fans in the crowd thought that one was strike 3.
Could hear the groans from the dugout from up here.
1-2 count now for Debussy. Young's pitch. That one lined straight to her. And that'll be a double play as Young goes to third. And Lloyd is just not able to get back on time to tag up. We will head into the top of the 5th as a very fortunate hit to Young will end the inning on another strange double play. We've had a couple of those today. We will head into the top of the 5th after this break here on the Tiger Network. And we are back here in San Antonio. Betcher back on for another inning of work as Christina Garcia is in left field, replacing RC, perhaps signaling that RC may come into the circle for this game to relieve Betcher. But for the blue, Jules Vargas will start things off. That one's not in there. Ball 1. You know, it's a Tuesday night, but it feels much later in the week. That one misses for ball 2. But it's always nice to have these midweek games. It just gives us more action here at Trinity. And it gives us more opportunities to present things to you. That one misses again. 3 balls for Vargas. Vargas, who is one of the weaker hitters for this Wellesley team. That one's in there for a strike. You definitely don't want to give her a free pass.
With midterms and with only 5 weeks left before finals start, yeah, it is definitely going to start feeling like the weeks start to slow down a bit more, I feel. But it's always nice to have a fun little Tuesday night softball game to kind of break up the monotony of the library.
It certainly is. And Vargas takes a free trip over to first as she gets walked by Betcher. Coming up now, Andrea Delgado.
Next up, number
Trying
7,
to
Andrea
advance.
Delgado.
Vargas. And the pitch in there for strike 1. As Wellesley looking to cut into the deficit that they find themselves in.
I do see movement down in the Trinity bullpen.
And a very, very quick play there, as Delgado definitely not happy with that outcome. And that is 2 quick outs for the Tigers. Line out, step on the bag. They just returned the favor.
Threw the helmet down in frustration there. And now there's 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
Very fortunate if you are Betcher. That was a very fast-paced play right there. And definitely frustrating if you are Wellesley. As Emmeline Gantz, the cleanup hitter, will try to continue the inning for the blue. But man, that just feels like a momentum killer.
Next up, the first baseman, number 5, Emmeline Gaunt.
And Betcher's pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 count.
Movement still going on down there in the Trinity bullpen, so I get the feeling that this might be Betcher's final inning here.
That one misses for a ball. 1-1 count. And Trinity pulling off an impressive road series win against Shriner. And Shriner's field is very, very small compared to Trinity's field. It's a lot of singles, a lot of single rallies. So the fact that Lloyd was able to get a bases clearing, error-assisted triple, very impressive for the Tigers. And now they are looking for their first sweep of the year as they lead it 5-1. Swing and a miss. And strike out Emily Gantz. The cleanup hitter goes down. We will head into the bottom of the 5th
No runs, no
as the
hits.
Tigers lead 5-1.
No one left
They will
on,
look
thanks
to
that.
extend their
One
lead. We
player
will be
double play
back
from Jordan Williams.
after a quick break here on the Tiger Network. And Marina De La Luna, the cleanup hitter for the Tigers,
Leading off
will
the
start
bottom
off
of
the
fifth.
Tigers. here in the bottom of the 5th.
Number 17, Marina De La Luna.
Marina De La Luna, the junior out of Concord, California, the Concord High School product, being the upperclassman bat, trying to lead the way for the team. As we have a substitution, it looks like.
She just looked up here and then signaled a bunch of things, and none of us were looking.
It looks like we have a substitution over at second base. As the second baseman and Lauren Young. And that is Peyton Penny, who is in the game now for the Blue, and Alexander over to shortstop now. Bit of a defensive shifting here for Wellesley. And De La Luna trying to be an effective cleanup hitter. 1 for 2 on the day so far. That one lined foul, but you can see her power, because that one nearly hit the fence.
At least, oh, that maybe should have been, because that moved her.
Lauren Young surrendered 2 runs last inning. Trying not to this time. And the pitch. Too high. That is a ball. And a 1-1 count here for De La Luna. And Young's pitch. That one misses. 2-1 count for Marina De La Luna. As Young gets the signal. And the pitch. Too far inside. 3-1 count now for De La Luna. Batter's count. And one of the bigger differences in the game is the 2 errors committed by Wellesley, allowing a couple of Tiger runs to score. And that one not in there. That's a free pass to De La Luna to start off things for the Tigers. Even though Young gave up 2 runs, only 1 of them was earned.
Next up for Trinity.
Carson
Right
Lee
field, number 4, Carson Lee.
will look to continue things here for the Tigers. De La Luna on first. No outs on the board. The Tigers not quite as fiery as they were last game with runners on, but they've been effective nonetheless. That one misses for ball 1. And Lee, who is a very patient batter, unlike most first years, she'll look to draw another one. Young's pitch. And the check over to first. Nothing doing over there.
De La Luna is 1 for 2 this season on steal attempts. Don't think that we're going to see her try to go here, although with 0 outs, who knows, she might be brave here and risk it.
Young's pitch. That one skied into center. Can of corn for Chung. That'll be the first out of the inning here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring up Jordan Williams, who will look to advance De La Luna. Bit surprised that they didn't go for a sacrifice bunt there, since that seems to be the motto here for the Tigers. But Williams, with 1 out on the board, 1 for 2 today. She's singled, she's flown out. That one's in there for a strike. Big breaking ball. As things get even darker here in San Antonio, Young's pitch. That one smacked into center field. Shallow center field, but that is another catch for Chung. 2 outs on the board now for the Tigers.
Next up for the Tigers, the
Abigail
catcher,
Miller.
number 5, Abigail Miller.
Will try and put another hit on the board. She singled her last at bat. Young trying to put another 0 in the column for the Tigers. And Young's pitch. That one not in there. Ball 1.
Those 2 straight pop outs could really save Young this inning if she can just get this final out.
And Young's pitch. That one is fouled back. As Young trying to keep her team in it. They're down by 4. Not an impossible comeback by any stretch of the imagination. But it is important that no more runs are surrendered. And the pitch. And the steal attempt from De La Luna. That throw, no one was there at second to get it. Goes into center field, and De La Luna swipes a bag.
You mentioned earlier one of the differences between baseball and softball being the fact that you can move in the batter's box if you are a lefty. But one thing that I've also noticed is that whenever there are foul-offs, whenever there are hits, pitchers tend to reuse the same ball even after that, whereas in baseball, you'll see a whole lot of changing of the balls constantly. The ball doesn't feel right, you're going to get rid of it and stuff like that.
And that one lined out to second base.
No runs, no
Peyton
hits.
Penny catching it.
1 Tiger left out
We
there.
will head in to the top of the 6th to continue that conversation after a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We're back in San Antonio. Betcher out here for another inning of work in the top of the 6th. The chances that
Checking in
Wellesley
right field,
are getting
sophomore number 13,
is
Jayla Arenas.
getting thin. But we were talking about differences between baseball and softball. And grips for softball different from baseball. Of course, it's a completely different approach when you're a batter because the ball is kind of coming from an upward trajectory because of the style of pitching that softball uses.
At the plate, number 13,
But the ball,
Kiara Lundin.
being as big as it is, the grip almost kind of matters a bit less. It's more about release point. Swing and a miss. 1-1 count. Grip still very, very important, but it's more of how you throw the ball that'll give it its curve. That one misses. 2-1 now for Lundin. 0 for 2 today. Betcher with the pitch. That one grounded off of Betcher's glove, and that will get Lundin on first base. Betcher just could not handle that one as it was hit back at her. Not an error. That'll just be an infield hit.
Next up for the Blue, the pitcher, number 9, Lauren Young.
As Lauren Young heads up to the plate. Young being the sophomore out of Fresno, California. Went to Clovis West High School. Swing and a miss for Young.
0 for 2 so far today, 2 ground outs earlier on in the game. Hoping to get a little something extra here.
Young being the impact player for Wellesley. That ball hits the turf before it reaches the plate.
She did have a big load during their last game against TLU, so perhaps some fatigue maybe playing into it, as she did not play in game 1 of this series and has gone 0 for 2 so far tonight.
It is tough to be a two-way player in softball. And she fouls that one back. It is a 1-2 count. But when you can get things going well as a two-way player, magic does happen. Grounds that one back to Betcher. She throws it to second, and the throw not good. De La Luna can't pick it. So the throwing error, I believe, is going to be called on Betcher. Will make it so that there are runners on first and second. Definitely not what you wanted if you are the Tigers. Meeting in the circle here for the Tigers.
We had the weather updates earlier on in the game, and just got a notification. Rain expected to start at 8:32 and last for about 40 minutes.
Well, we'll see if it comes down. Making things more sloppy than they already seem right now. 3 errors in this game alone. But Scambodi
Number 27, Marissa Scambodi.
will try and get a hit for her name. 0-2 for the day. That one misses. 1-0 to start off Scambodi. She started the game at pitcher, gave up 3 runs. Betcher's next pitch. That one is grounded foul. 1-1 count now. Scambodi is a senior out of Scottsdale, Arizona, Xavier College Preparatory School. And that pitch, not in there. 2-1 count now here for Scambodi. As Betcher looks to get out of a jam that she kind of put herself in. That one lined it to Betcher once again. That one gets into center field. The throw to home will not be in time. And that one is going to score Lundeen. It is 5-2 now here in the top of the 6th. No outs on the board yet. All 3 of those hits have gone to Betcher, and one way or another, whether it's collided off her glove, whether she's gotten it and thrown it away, or whether it's just ricocheted off of her. It's just been some bad luck this inning for Betcher. And Coach Martin coming out.
Got some movement towards the left outfield, and we'll see what the change is here. And looks like we are going to get a pitching change.
Yes, Jordan Arcee will come into the circle for the Tigers. We're going to take a quick break here on the Tiger Network, allow her to warm up, but we'll be back in a jiffy, I'm sure. And we are back here on the Tiger Network. Jordan Arcee in the circle, 1-5 record, 7.55 ERA. She pitched in all 3 games against Schreiner. She's been quite the workhorse out of the bullpen for the Trinity Tigers. And right now there has been another change, but this time for Wellesley, a pinch runner,
Play number 15, Aniko Alexander.
as Liston comes in to run for Scambati. And Arcee's first pitch immediately plunks Alexander. Not the start that Arcee wanted.
That's going to be her 3rd hit batter so far this season.
We already have a meeting in the circle. Arcee, the big problem this year has been control. She leads the team in walks by a pretty large margin. It's 47.
Despite that, she does have the lowest hits per 7, as well as the highest strikeouts per 7 on the team with 6.09 and 5.9 respectively. So even with those control issues, she has been doing a pretty good job of keeping opponents off of the board here in these in the closing stages of these games.
We'll see if she can continue that good job as the bases are loaded. One swing of the bat from Theriault could change the game entirely. A game that has seemingly been in Trinity's favor the entire time. Arcee's pitch. Fouled back.
That one went inside on Theriault there, kind of a protection swing.
2-1 count against Theriault. Arcee looking to put away this inning. There are still no outs on the board. Swing and a miss. 2-2 count. Arcee leading the team in strikeouts as well. She gets batters to swing. Coach Martin saying when her mechanics are on, she is nearly unhittable. We'll see if she can hone in those skills with this pitch here. That one too far inside, according to the home plate umpire. Full count now. And this feels like one of the bigger moments of this game so far. And swing and a miss. A big strikeout for Arcee as Theriault goes down swinging.
Strikeout number 32 on the season. Extends her lead to 21 over the next closest Trinity pitcher, which was Emily Botcher.
And Arcee now facing to clean. 1-0 count. The bases are still loaded, but with 1 out this time, a double play ends the game. You have a forced tag at every base. And the pitch not in there. 2-0 count now here for DeClean. DeClean is 1 for 2 today. She singled in the 3rd, popped up in the 4th. Arcee coming in relief for Betcher. That one's fouled back. 2-1 count. She is a hard thrower, and she will try to use that speed to beat batters.
This fresh arm for Arcee has so much zip on it. I think that all of the Wellesley batters are kind of struggling to catch up after Betcher kind of allowed, some slower pitches to be getting through. A lot more accurate pitches, but a lot slower, which were allowing Wellesley to kind of get a bit more contact on it.
When you have that change in velocity, you have to adjust as a batter. And certainly that is what these Wellesley batters are going to be doing. New pitcher, you're seeing these pitches for the first time. That one gets away from Miller. The run coming to home, and they're going to say safe as the pitch that gets away from Miller will score a run. And now first base wide open. Young came in to score. It is 3-5 now here in the top of the sixth. The runners advance. That throw, if it was a bit more online, could have gotten that runner at home. Instead, it is a full count. The pitch. The slap attempt goes nowhere, as that one will be fouled back. RC looking for another big strikeout here. And she will get it as that slap attempt ends up in a strikeout to Clean, being the victim and the second out of the inning.
Next up, the catcher, number 10, Jules Vargas.
As Jules Vargas will try and bring in the runners and tie the game here for Wellesley. RC looking to strike out the side. That one's in there for a strike. Vargas 0 for 1 today. She walked in her last plate appearance. And the pitch from RC in there for a strike. Vargas quickly down 0-2. They have been aggressive with Vargas all day, it seems. And RC has been no different.
Is that like, that's what I'm asking. Is there like, lead up into the song?
0-2 pitch. And that one swung through but fouled.
Vargas going back to what she did in her last few plate appearances of just continuously fighting at every single at-bat. I think we might be in for another long one here.
And maybe you can see it, but if you look at some of the lights, you can see the rain coming down. And swing and a miss. And RC strikes out the side. We will head into the bottom of the sixth as things are getting a bit wetter around here. We will take a quick break on the Tiger Network. The Tigers lead 5-3. And we are back here in San Antonio. Bottom of the sixth, the Tigers are looking to extend their lead, get some insurance runs, as they lead 3-5 right now. Lauren Young back in the circle for the blue.
Leading off for the Tigers, now the pitcher, number 27, Jordan Arce.
As Jordan Arce will make things another pitcher v. pitcher showdown. Arce 1 for 2 today. And the Tigers having a homestand here. That one misses outside for ball one. They will play DePaul this Thursday. You can find that here on the Tiger Network. You can find all these games on the Tiger Network. And for the weekend series, they will play the Centenary Ladies. That one is fouled to the left. 1-1 count now. It's been a pleasure to bring this doubleheader to you guys.
They almost threw behind you.
Yeah.
And then the next 3 are strike.
1-1 count now.
Rain is really starting to come down. It could cause issues with control here as well, as the ball gets a little bit wetter here for Young. Could accidentally let something slip.
And that one not in the zone. 2-1 count. And a little bit of a conversation with the home plate umpire.
Yes. I saw that already. Re-enter 3.
Just making sure that everything is re-entered. Make sure we've got Cherish Chung out in center field.
No, to be honest.
And Lauren Young
Stick around behind the call in case someone else can.
just waiting for the home plate umpire to get back behind Vargas. Jordan Arce awaiting the pitch from Lauren Young. The pitch too high. 3-1 count now. And it is a batter's count.
As an ender bonus, she's formerly the fastest player on
The pitch from Young. In there for a strike. Full count. No outs on the board. Arce slashing 350 to at the middle of the year.
That makes it better.
She can throw it and she can hit it. Question is what'll happen here.
Swing and a miss. Young strikes out Arce to start things off here in the bottom of the 6th. And we will head down to a pinch hitter as Lainey Smith will pinch hit for Madison Horn. As there will be a conversation between Lauren Young and Jules Vargas. Lainey Smith coming back in as a pinch hitter.
Number 16,
She
Lainey
did
Smith.
the same thing the last game. Lainey Smith, the sophomore out of Foxfield, Colorado. Awaiting the first offering from Young. That one's in there for a strike. Despite the rain, Young is finding her spots in the strike zone. Don't want that ball. Wants a different one, though.
Lainey Smith, the sophomore out of Foxfield, Colorado, went 1 for 1 in the series against Schreiner. Currently has 3 RBIs so far this season to go along with 10 hits.
And the pitch. Not in there.
And this rain is starting to fall a lot heavier now, and the wind, if you can see the flag in the background, I know that it's pretty dark, but but it is starting to blow a lot more here. The wind has dramatically picked up as this rain has started to fall.
Young's pitch misses and gets away, but there's no one on base, so not like it really matters. And Trinity, the tennis team, maybe getting a little rowdy. They're leading 4-2 in their match against Caltech. Very big matchup for the men's tennis team. They took down the national champions of Chicago, the reigning national champions. That's 2 reigning national champions that Trinity teams have taken down this academic year. Volleyball took down Eau Claire, and men's tennis took down Chicago. Not sure the last time when that's happened, but I'm sure that can't happen that often. 3-1 count. Young's pitch. And that one grounded over to third. Easy pickings. Lundeen to Gantz. And Jesse Lloyd will come in here for the Tigers as we head back to the top of the order.
For Trinity.
2
Number
outs.
25, Jesse Lloyd.
Gons had to scoop that one out of the dirt there, but a very good job, able to keep her focused despite the weather, despite the low throw, and able to get that out to make it 2 outs here in the 6th.
Young's first pitch, inside. Not sure if that didn't hit her, but she managed to dodge out of the way. 1-0 count here for Jessie Lloyd. Young's pitch, not in the zone. 2-0 count as Wellesley trying to keep things scoreless for the Tigers. They'll need it if they want to have a better chance of making the comeback. Young's pitch, fouled back. Skillfully caught by Vargas on the bounce back. That one in there for a strike. 2-2 count now.
An update on the baseball game. Despite the weather, the game has continued. Mary Hardin Baylor leading 2-1 over Trinity, bottom of the 6th. So pretty much the same scenario that we're in right now in terms of status in the game.
Now, I'm trying to figure out, because the catcher's gear kind of obscures the number a little bit, whether that is Vargas still behind the mound or if that is actually Abernathy.
Looks to be number 12, Maggie Abernathy.
2-2 count now as Abernathy replacing Vargas defensively. It's a bit harder to see when a catcher comes in because the catcher's gear kind of covers pretty much everything. Young trying to end the inning here. That one misses. The ever-patient Jessie Lloyd takes it to a full count. Things are juiced here.
Lloyd has been walked 8 times so far this season. She has a great eye for the ball, where the ball is going. And that's allowed her to get that walk as well as all the hits that she's racked up so far this year.
The Tigers will try to do another 2-out rally hitting streak. They did very well last game when there was 2 outs. This game, they haven't been quite as effective. But there will be a talk between Abernathy and Young.
So far today in 2-out at-bats, Trinity has gone 2 for 6.
Running for the Tigers at first base, number 2, Angela Baltzel.
Wellesley hasn't done much better at 2 for 8.
Next up at the plate for the Tigers, number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Angela Baltzel will pinch run for the Tigers as Hayden Del Toro will step back on up to the Oche for the Tigers. She's 2 for 3 today. She has a double, a single. As Young's first pitch. And the steal attempt from Baltzel will be good. That's interesting. I don't believe the umpire signaled for anything, but she is safe. As things are really coming down now. You can't see what we're seeing on the baseball broadcast right now, but it is pretty misty.
Looks incredibly heavy down there, just a couple hundred feet to our north.
That one's in there for a strike. 0-2 count for Hayden Del Toro. Young trying to end the inning here. Send things to the top of the 7th. Young, the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Young gets Del Toro swinging. And we will head into the top of the 7th.
No runs, no
Wellesley
hits,
is
one
fired
down.
up. The momentum is on their side.
Through 6, Trinity
They are
leads
down
5 to 3.
5-3, but we'll see after this break on the Tiger Network if they can make the comeback. Top of the 7th. Potentially Wellesley's last 3 outs. They are down 3-5 against the Tigers. And RC will look to close things out here as the Blue will start off
Leading
with
off for the
Peyton
Blues,
Penny.
second baseman, number 0, Peyton Penny.
Peyton Penny has no at-bats, doesn't even have a plate appearance. She is seeing RC for the first time. That one misses, ball 1. And with things coming down, I'm sure the Tigers want to end this one sooner rather than later.
Wind is absolutely whipping right now. The flag is almost fully unfurled. And I'm sure that it isn't helping RC down there, as that's another ball.
2-0 count now here against Peyton Penny. RC has the 1 save for the Tigers. Swing and a miss. Penny just swinging right through that one. RC has those mechanics and those breaking balls to make batters swing. RC's next pitch misses. 3-1 count now as that one gets away from Miller. It is a batter's count, and they will have to use each one of their batters very carefully because 3 more outs and the game's over if they don't score at least 2 runs. RC with the delivery. That one tapped over into right field. There were a couple Tigers going after it, but none of them are able to get there. It is a juiced count. RC versus Penny. As things drive later on into the night here in San Antonio. Penny awaiting RC's payoff pitch. And that one too high. Penny gets issued a walk, as with no outs, they will bring the tying potential run to the plate in the form of Emmeline Gauntz. Gauntz 0 for 2 today.
Next up, number 5, Emmeline Gauntz.
2 strikeouts and a walk to her name.
Does currently lead the team in terms of batting average at 375. It just has not had a good day so far. As you can see, that rain is continuing to pound down.
RC. The first pitch to Gauntz. And that is strike one to Gauntz. Even though Gauntz has not had the best of days so far, she is undoubtedly one of, if not the most dangerous hitter in this Wellesley lineup. With that high batting average, and to just be a first year and to be able to do that. That one poked out in the right field. That one is taken in by Arenas, as that is one out away here in the top of the seventh.
Despite the current position with a runner on base, RC has been a really great closing pitcher, especially for today's game. Started with essentially a bases loaded, hit the very first pitcher to make it a bases loaded, and then managed to get out of the inning with only one run allowed. Pretty solid closing performance here by RC.
At the plate, number 13, Kara Lundeen.
For sure, and with Chloe Lundeen at the plate now, with that one out, a double play would end the game for the Tigers. RC, 1-0 count. That one's in there for a strike. That one catches the zone. 1-1 count. RC wanting to close this one out. And the windup, the pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Lundeen down 1-2 now with one out. Of course, RC has a knack for striking out batters. We'll see if she can do what she does best once again. That one is fouled off.
You did mention RC's knack for striking batters out. Leads Trinity with a 5.9 K per 7. Best on the team by almost 3.5 strikeouts per 7 innings.
That one does not hit the zone. 2-2 count now for Lundeen, who is 1 for 3 today. Had a single in the 6th. As RC looking to put her away here. And that one was very, very inside. Full count now. And that one was fast too. Lundeen being able to dodge out of the way of that one.
Lundeen had to take cover there to avoid getting her first hit by pitch of the season.
And that one not in there. That's another walk for RC. Runners on first and second now, with now the potential game leading run for Laura Young.
Next up for the Blue, the pitcher, number 9, Lauren Young.
Lauren Young. My apologies. And RC. That one is high and in. 1-0 count against Lauren Young.
Pitcher on pitcher battle right here.
It's a battle of wits. Two pitchers who pitch well and hit well. That one misses. 2-0 count now.
The rain does appear to have lightened up, although with how Texas weather is, it could get heavier in an instant.
RC's pitch. That one poked out into right field. That one gets down. They weren't really expecting it, it looked like, as the runners get to their next base, although a bit closer than maybe it should have been. Bases loaded, 1 out. Coach Martin comes out to the circle for a meeting.
And now coming up to bat, looks like it's going to be Chung, Cheris Chung, out of San Gabriel, California. 1 for 2 so far today. Had a ground out and then a single. That was in the 3rd and 4th innings, respectively. And we'll now see what Trinity is going to do here to try and come out of this one with the win. Hopefully without having to go to the 7th. Bottom of the 7th.
Next up for Wellesley, number 27, Marissa Scambati.
And the starting pitcher for this game too, Scambati, will pinch hit for the aforementioned Cheris Chung. Interesting decision here for Wellesley. That one gets away from Miller, and that one is just thrown at Penny, and that'll bring in the tying run. And this game is all tied up as the Tigers, I don't even know what to say about that one. That one got away from Miller, that scored a run, and then Miller basically plunked Penny with the throw to RC, and that brought in another run. And now the game-leading run in Lauren Young is on third, and Scambati didn't really have to do anything.
Trinity's late game struggles come up yet again. They have struggled to close out games. Last game, obviously, they won 8-0, but this one, as that one's high, Trinity this year has really struggled to close out games whenever it matters here in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings.
And that one got past Miller again. 2-0 count for Scambati. And we have the tennis team down on the first floor. You could maybe hear their reactions. We can. A lot of oohs and ahs. That one's in there for a strike. 2-1 count. The men's tennis match is a bit delayed because of this precipitation, although it looks to have cleared up now. 3-1 count here for the Tigers against Scambati. RC looking to end the inning. That one is fouled off. There's still just 1 out though.
And now we've got a full count. Could be a huge pitch to determine how this game goes.
Mosley is seeking their first win of the season, and they'd certainly love a win like this. They had a very similar game against Nichols that had to be called due to darkness, but this field has lights. And that one misses the zone, and Scambati gets a free trip to first base. As we head on down to the next batter for Wellesley, which is going to be Aniko Alexander. 1 for 2 today. Coach Martin having a conversation with the home plate umpire. It looks like we are going to get a pitching change here in the top of the 7th. As RC hands off the ball. Number 28 will be coming in for the Tigers. That is Brooke Porter. We'll let her warm up. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. And we are back here in San Antonio. New pitcher in the circle for the Tigers. Brooke Porter enters the game, relieving RC of her duties in the circle, as her first pitch is in there for a strike. Porter is 0-2 on the season, 7.11 ERA. She pitched in every game against in the Shriner Series as well, although to a much lesser extent. She pitched around 3 2/3 innings altogether. And the steal over to second was almost overthrown. Got to be careful. 1-1 count, 1 out. Runners on second and third now. Wellesley has ridden this momentum as Porter trying to stop the bleeding in this game that looked like it was the Tigers to lose. As that one is a strike. Wellesley has come back to score 4 runs in the top of the 6th and the top of the 7th. Some very clutch hitting coming out of the blue. That one is inside, almost hitting Alexander.
Porter's appeared in 11 games so far. 6 strikeouts, 2.2 strikeouts per 7.
And when I say the clutch hitting coming out of the blue, I'm not saying it came out of nowhere, but their mascot name is literally the Blue, so.
That's got to be one of the worst puns I think I've ever heard.
Look, I'm trying, all right? That one is tapped back.
It's been a long game. I'll give you a pass.
And we're going to have a bottom of the 7th at least. 3-2 count, full count, 1 out. The base on first is open as Porter takes the walk. That one is too far inside. And I can hear the tennis team on the first floor. They are on the edge of their seats as the bases are loaded. As number 3 for Wellesley will be up to bat. That is Cherish Chung, who is pinch hitting for Theriault. Or coming back in place of Theriault. Ball 1. If the Tigers want to prevent runs, they got to start throwing strikes here. Seven hits on the board for the Blue. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count. And the baseball game has officially passed the softball game in terms of progress in the game. The baseball game is in the bottom of the 7th. We are still in the top of the 7th. Although those baseball games have been going very fast. That one misses. 2-1 count.
Chung's had 3 strikeouts so far this season. Really, really hoping to avoid another one here. With the bases loaded.
That one poked out into left center field. That one is going to get down, and that'll score a run. And the Blue will take the lead. They lead it 6-5 here in the top of the 7th. A clutch hit from Cherish Chung into left center field. RC and Del Toro could not get to it. And the bases are still loaded with 1 out as we go back to the top of the order as DeClean will come back up, the leadoff hitter, Ellie DeClean.
We mentioned it at the top of the first game. Trinity 1-8 in 1-run games and 2-10 in 2-run games. Just not being able to get it done when it matters, and that is now the 5th unanswered run that Trinity has allowed.
And that one gets through, and that'll score another run. They'll send the runner home, and that one will score, and they throw it to second, and they get her at second. DeClean out at second. But that one will score another as Phillips and Alexander will come in to score. Chung will go all the way to third to clean out at second. And how the tides have turned. The blue leading 8-5 here in the top of the seventh. They put up a 5 spot. And now Maggie Abernathy looking to continue the success of the blue.
The freshman catcher here from Phoenix, Arizona in a big spot.
As we have 2 outs here in the top of the seventh. 0-1 count here for Abernathy. That one's fouled back. 0-2 count now. Quite the comeback for Wellesley. Quite the way to get your first win of the season, if they do end up closing this one out in the bottom of the seventh. Big swing and a miss. Abernathy strikes out as we head to the bottom of the seventh. Wellesley makes the comeback. They were down 1-5. They put up a 5 spot in the top of the seventh to take the lead, 8-5. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as all of a sudden the Tigers will be down to their last 3 outs. And after Wellesley gets the lead, we start off with the Imperial March of Dawson Debussy as the Tigers find themselves with their backs against the wall. Their last 3 outs here in the bottom of the seventh. Lauren Young, the star player for Wellesley, starts off Debussy with the ball. And Young getting the signal. Debussy 0 for 3 today. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count.
The Trinity hitting has gone ice cold here ever since the 5th inning. However, we cannot discredit the work of Laura Young up there in the circle. She has been lights out ever since she came in. And she's been a real big reason why Wellesley is up right now.
We have some more company here on the top floor of the pavilion as some of the men's tennis team in their break from their match against Caltech are up here now. And that one is popped up. And that one is on the roof of the Wellesley dugout. Doing some plinko off of some of the balls that were stuck up there. 2-2 count for Debussy. And the Trinity Bats need to get hot once again if they want to have a chance to come back here. That one, she gets jammed, and that one won't get down. An incredible catch by Chung. That will be the first out of the inning. What a catch. Coming in so far from center field.
Chung did an amazing job there, able to keep track of that ball, laid out for the diving catch. And that is going to make it very difficult now for Trinity to get anything going here. Down 3 with an out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Marina De La Luna, the cleanup hitter, trying to get things going for her Tiger team. Takes the timeout there as De La Luna is 1 for 2 on the day so far. A single, a strikeout, and a walk. The rain, the precipitation is practically gone at this point. It may be completely gone. But 1-0 count for De La Luna. Young trying to put things away, lead her team to victory. And that pitch misses. Ball 2, 2-0 count. Young against De La Luna. De La Luna, the cleanup batter for a reason. Expected to be clutch in these types of situations. 3-0 count now for De La Luna. Young gets a little high fry from Gantz, letting her know that she's all right. De La Luna awaits the pitch from Young. That one misses, and De La Luna gets a free pass to first base. The Tigers still need another runner on base to have the tying run, but we'll see if the next batter, Jayla Arenas, can keep things going here for the Tigers. No hits because she hasn't even had a plate appearance yet. Her first time seeing Young.
De La Luna used those experienced eyes really, really well. Leads Trinity in at-bats. A junior used every bit of experience there to keep calm and get that walk. And now it is up to Arenas to try and get her past second.
Arenas watches that one. As the next pitch. That is a ball. 1-1 count now for Arenas. She is trying to keep the team's hopes alive. A game that looked so promising for Trinity has quickly swung out of control in favor of Wellesley. Wellesley coming all the way down from Massachusetts to play a couple games here in Texas. They end their Texas circuit in Kerrville against Schreiner. And then they head back home on the 1st to play MIT in a 2-game series. So any Wellesley fans listening, be sure to turn out for them. They are a great softball team, and they deserve your support. That one grounded over to the second baseman. 1 out, and it will just be 1 out. 2 outs now for the Tigers. They find themselves at their final out, and that'll be in the form of Jordan Williams. Arenas on first. Jordan Williams. The Tigers really need some clutch at-bats right now. They've shown that they can do it against Schreiner, and they've shown that they can do it in a 2-out situation. It just needs to appear right here as Lauren Young looks to drag her team out of the doldrums and try and cap this one off. That one misses, ball 1.
Jordan Williams leads the team in home runs so far this season with 2. Could really use one right here, but even just something into the outfield to get a rally going would be massive for Trinity right now. Just pop one over an infielder's head, get it into the gap, and it could turn into something big.
And that one misses. 2-0 count now to Jordan Williams, who is looking to keep the team's hopes alive. 4 errors in this game, 2 for each of the teams, definitely have played a crucial role in how this game has gone. That one in there for a strike. 2-1 count now for Jordan Williams. She's 1 for 3 on the day. She singled in the second, but she's flown out into center field in the 3rd and 5th. Young dueling with Williams, getting the signal. Her pitch, that one fouled off. 2-2 count. The Tigers down to their final strike. Arenas on first. And right now, The Tigers watch in anticipation to hope that Miller gets a chance to step up to the plate. She is the one on deck. Young with the penultimate pitch. Fouls that one off. That one hit the net. Scaring Coach Carey.
Wellesley dugout had to duck for cover right there. Everybody kind of wasn't expecting that one.
2-2 count. Still the penultimate pitch. And right now, and Lauren Young with the pitch. Misses. As Lauren Young has a full count.
Full count, 2 outs. This could be the game right here.
Williams awaiting the pitch from Young. Lauren Young, who came in for Scambati, has been so good this game. That one is driven out into center field, and that one will get down, and it hasn't been thrown in yet. That will score a run for the Tigers. Williams just stays at second, could have gone for third. And Chung was driving back and back and back, but just couldn't get it. And it is 8-6.
A stand-up RBI double in quite possibly the most important situation you could have asked for it. And now we're getting, looks like some movement here on the infield. Coach is going out to talk with Chung. She took a tumble trying to get after that ball. Not sure if she's hurt or not.
She did collide with the fence out there. But for now, that will bring up Abigail Miller, who is 1 for 2 so far. She has the single. And if you are the Tigers and you want someone who is not one to strike out, you definitely want to go to Abigail Miller, because she does not strike out that often. She's only struck out once all year with a runner on second in Williams. We will see if Miller can make some magic happen. She is the potential game-tying run. And on deck, Jordan Arcee, the potential game-winning run. After a quick break here, it looks like we are going to get back into the swing of things, as right now,
Next up for Trinity, the catcher, number
Abigail
5,
Miller,
Abigail Miller.
the catcher, one of the leaders on the field, especially the infield, will try and get another hit off of Lauren Young. That one misses. Ball 1. Young. Ball 1. Looking for a ball in the zone is Miller. And that one is fouled off. 1-1 count now. Miller and the Tigers find themselves down in a game that looked so good for them. They're down by 2 runs. Miller has the power to take one out. But can she do it, is the question. That one knocked into left field, and that one will get down, and that one gets past the left fielder. And Miller will go and have a stand-up double of her own, and the Tigers are only down by 1 run in the bottom of the 7th. It is 8-7 in favor of the Tigers. Abigail Miller coming in clutch for the Tigers, and we will go on to Jordan Arcee.
Absolutely incredible timing for your first double of the season. Could not ask for a more important hit in a more important situation than right there.
And a meeting in the circle as Coach Carey calls everyone together. They're down by 1 run are the Tigers. The Blue up by 1 run. Do not want to give this one up. Arcee is the potential game-winning run, and Miller the potential game-tying run on second base. And right now, Arcee, the pitcher, who was somewhat responsible in part for those 5 runs in the top of the 7th. We'll see if she can make a comeback and give her team the tie and try to push this game into extras, or even possibly be the game-winning run. As we have a bit of stop and play as we talk about certain substitutions, re-enterings. Always want to make sure that everything's correct. Last game we had a misreported substitution that caused an out for the Tigers.
Definitely do not want one of those there. That would be one of the worst ways to end a baseball or any game. Really, baseball, softball, football, basketball,
Next up for
anything.
Trinity, left fielder number 27, Jordan Arcee.
And Arcee having a showdown against her fellow pitcher foe in Lauren Young.
Ace pitcher versus ace pitcher. Clutch hitter versus clutch hitter right here.
That one misses, ball 1. It's been a lot of Trinity batters have been started with a ball from Young in this bottom of the 7th here. And what looked to be something that was easy for Wellesley as they got 2 quick outs has turned into something that Wellesley fans may be on the edge of their seat awaiting the result. Lauren Young, 2-0 count against Jordan Arcee. Arcee is fast. Young's pitch, fouled back.
Protection swing there. We'll make it a 2-1. Arcee struck out in the 2nd and 6th, but did get a single in the 4th. Got all the way up to 3rd base, but has not scored a run so far today.
They opt not to pinch run Miller, just in case if we get back to the top of the lineup, I suppose. Swing and a miss. 2-2 count now. Arcee has struck out twice today and trying to avoid a hat trick here. But some of those batters at the top of the order, not the fastest players, so saving those like Alexis Saucedo. Because Miller is a decently fast runner. Definitely not the fastest on the team, but she can hold her own. Arcee, full count now. Runner on 2nd. Young's pitch. Misses, and what a take from Arcee. Runners on 1st and 2nd here for the Tigers as the 9-hole hitter will be coming up to bat, Madison Horn, who was 0 for 2 today.
Trinity, second baseman number 3, Madison Horn.
And they will need a big clutch hit from her if they want to keep things going.
Horn, a 143 average. Hoping to draw a walk here. Again, 0 for 2.
That one misses. 1-0 count.
Did get on base in the 2nd thanks to a fielder's choice, but struck out in the 4th. Hoping to avoid that here on the 1-0.
Young with the pitch. Strike. 1-1 count to Madison Horn. Lauren Young still trying to finish things off here for the Blue. They have fought hard to make the comeback. That 5 spot in the top of this inning has put them in this leading position. That one's in there for a strike. 1-2 count. The Tigers are down to their last strike. Madison Horn, the senior. The weight put on her shoulders. The senior out of Schertz, Texas.
Needs to use that experience here and maybe if it's anywhere close to the zone, take a protection swing. Cannot go down on strikes here.
Young gets the signal. She knows what she's going to throw. The pitch. And that one misses. 2-2 count with 2 outs. Horn stays alive by taking that one. We'll see if they give her another one outside of the zone. Young. The windup and the throw. That one is fouled off. That was absolutely a protection swing there.
Great job making sure that that outside ball wouldn't be left up to chance there.
Young. Still trying to put this one away. As Horn tries to be the savior for the Tigers. And that one is too low. Full count once again, but this time Madison Horn is the one in the spotlight here. RC on first, Miller on second, Horn batting, Abernathy giving a signal to Young. They say that the pitcher is the loneliest position in the entire game because you are truly alone in that circle. That one is fouled back. It takes a lot of perseverance and a lot of independence to be a pitcher. And Young has truly proven herself here today. And we'll see if she continues to prove herself by shutting down this game for her team. Young has the signal. Full count. Tying run on second. That one is fouled as Abernathy collides with the stone ledge over there. Got to be careful.
It is padded, but it definitely can't feel good.
And Young still in the most precarious situation you can be in as a pitcher. And it's the same with Horn. Full count, 2 outs. Game practically on the line right here.
As we mentioned earlier, even though Trinity's bats have gone cold, Young has been a massive contributor of that. She has done an amazing job so far tonight.
And that one is fouled back. And Horn staying alive. Being in the 9-hole position, she is trying to get things back to the top of the order. Lloyd awaits on deck. Young not wanting to see the top of the order again. That one is grounded, but they are collided with, and it's an out as Miller collided with Alexander, and they will call interference on that, and that will be the end of the game. The Wellesley Blue say hi to the win column because it's your first win of the year against the Trinity Tigers as they make a comeback with a 5-run spot in the top of the 7th to win 8-7 in a thrilling game. Caleb, what are your thoughts?
Trinity gave up 7 unearned, or they were earned, 7 unanswered runs in the 6th and 7th inning, and unfortunately the bats just went cold. Typically, whenever a lot of runs are scored by one team, hopefully a lot of runs are scored by the other in kind of an offensive battle. In this case, Trinity's bats just went cold. We're able to bring it to within a run within the final inning, but could not get it at the very end. And that's just been the story of the season, really, for Trinity, just not being able to close it out in those very close games like that.
Another tough pill to swallow for the Tigers as they still search for their first season sweep. It was a very good game. Congratulations to the Blue of Wellesley. You see them celebrating on camera. Going to be a better team to win this one. And for the Tiger Network, I've been Reed Rosales, along with Caleb Reed. It's been a pleasure to bring the game to everyone who's listening. And next time, the Tigers will be playing the Tigers of DePaul here on Thursday. So be sure to join us here on the Tiger Network for that one.
Battle of the Big Cats.
Exactly. Once again, for Caleb Reed, I'm Reed Rosales. and we wish you a good night.